All right. I think we've hit the requisite 60 seconds of technological engagement for everyone to be in there. Well, I just want to say again, it's so exciting to be able to see all of you on screen and to be able to participate like this and have folks from all over North America. You are our Kingdom Force heroes. We love getting a chance to interact with you and work with you and do clergy care with you and engage in all kinds of ministry activities. And, you know, our department's called Education and Clergy Development, but we sometimes get to live vicariously through all the cool and amazing ministry activities that you do, and really look forward to supporting you in all of those kinds of pieces. So today you've got the schedule and you've been able to look at a few things in kind of preparation for this. But I'm just going to share with you right off the bat, and my name's Russ Gonzalez. I'm the Executive Director of Education and Clergy Development. I'm just going to share off some statements that we have that are called strategic statements in the Wesleyan Church. I don't know exactly why you're a Wesleyan, but I'm glad you're a Wesleyan because it's an awesome time in the history of the church to be part of our church, to be able to be in our corner of the kingdom, building the kingdom, reaching people for Christ, making disciples. And we've kind of crafted as a denomination a set of statements that kind of reflect that. Now, some of these statements you may not have heard as recently as some of the others, but there's still that foundational DNA dynamic that we have as part of our denomination. So I'm going to share a screen with you real quick and take a look at some of those. You might have one of those in your email already. There we go. Hopefully you can see that on your screen well enough to take a peek. But that first statement I just want to mention is actually the mission statement for the Wesleyan Church. And as you look at that statement, you can see where it says the Wesleyan Church is a spirit-led praying movement and to evangelize and make disciples of all people by equipping believers, developing leaders, multiplying churches, and transforming communities. And so it's so great to be part of a denomination that not only has the most core fundamental aspects of the gospel as its DNA, but I love where it says right off the front, a spirit-led praying movement. And as you all know, to be able to do the things we need to do for God, that we have to depend on the Holy Spirit. And this has been acutely obvious during this time of COVID and the kinds of dynamics that we've had to wrestle with and adjust to and experience ourselves to do ministry in various states of quarantine. I know you brothers and sisters north of the border, you're celebrating Thanksgiving this week and somehow have managed to have a whole lot less coronavirus up there. So thank you for doing that in that corner of the kingdom, and pass any tips you can on down south there. But a lot of us have been involved in churches that have had to stop for weeks, even months, and then try to reopen and then try to have to slow down and spread out. All those kinds of dynamics make it a challenge. But it's a challenge that we're able to see that it depends on being spirit-led and part of a praying movement. Now, if you look below that, then there's this vision statement that says, transforming lives, churches, and communities through the hope and holiness of Jesus Christ. And the shorthand kind of that made new. I know this is a little bit wonkish, kind of inside ball here for us ministers in the Wesleyan Church, but I just love that vision statement. The idea that we are being transformed and we get to engage in the transformation of others through the power of the Holy Spirit and the hope of Jesus Christ is just fantastic. Transforming lives, transforming churches, transforming communities. You know, what could be more exciting than that? And so as you're, I don't know how many months or how many years in ministry in the Wesleyan Church you've been engaged in, but because it's a new pastor orientation, I know it's not 20 years of engagement. And so as you continue into your ministry and launch out in that, just being able to be part of and recall and engage in those three key pieces and doing that in the hope and holiness of Jesus Christ is fantastic. Now, beyond that, we've kind of got a strategic focus that our entire denomination is kind of engaging in, and that's called celebrating every time a disciple makes a disciple and a church multiplies itself until there's a transforming presence in every zip code or postal code. So I know north of the border, you guys have a different arrangement than zip codes and have postal codes. One time we had one of our Canadian brothers suggest, why don't we say transforming presence in proximity to every Tim Hortons? And that seemed to cover a lot of the country. So whatever it takes to have that spread and that impact across where you live is fantastic to be able to engage in that. But that whole making disciples dynamic is really a part of who we are and what we are. I mean, we are disciples. You think of the original disciples, you know, we are God's kingdom building posse that he's called to participate with him, to equip folks in the church and to engage in this kind of transformation everywhere we are and in everything that we do. So it's not only a privilege to be a disciple of Christ, it's a joy to be able to share that and help others become disciples of Christ as we build the kingdom together. Now, there's a few other pieces there to think about how we do that. And we've, again, leaning on the idea of the spirit-led focus requires prayerful obedience. You see that spirit-led prayer dynamic again. And also, God's vision requires big relationships. And these are relationships that we have with colleagues, with folks that are in our care, with folks in the community. And big relationships are the kind of relationships that involve big trust, and that you can love people and accept people, even when there's disagreements, even when there's conflict. You know, in this day and age, in the world that we live in, a lot of times we're running into all kinds of conflictual elements. We have all kinds of political conflicts. We have all kinds of, in the States, especially right now, racial conflicts and the disagreement about how to handle that and how to bring God's kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. And so as we work together to bring that spirit-led, gospel-fulfilling mission in place, we have to have big relationships with each other, the people we agree with, the people we don't agree with, and that becomes a way that we can do this. And also the kingdom, the gospel gap, this gap between those who have been blessed to experience the love of Christ in a transforming and saving way, and those that are still lost and still seeking. That gap, to close that gap, is going to take more than just us as pastors, right? It's going to take lay and clergy, men and women, multi-ethnic, multi-economic, multi-racial, a whole multi-generational, an entire group that's not just a workforce in the church, but a kingdom force in the world, bringing to pass this kind of transformation of lives, churches and communities through the hope and holiness of Jesus Christ. And so hopefully, as you continue in your ministry, you'll be able to keep asking yourself these questions. Who is making disciples? How many disciples are multiplying in our church? And where are we a transforming presence by making and deploying disciples? So I just wanted to share with you those key strategic vision statements as part of our kind of DNA in the denomination. It's a nice shorthand. If you don't, probably in your mailbox right now, but we're mailing that to you so you can put that up and think about that and watch that as it goes. But that's something that we love because it reflects God's heart, and it's an expression in the language that reflects our heart as God's kingdom force, God's disciples, God's ministers. And so I'm going to share one other thing with you real quick, and then Nico's going to pray for us, and then we're going to move into some of the rest of the agenda. There's a fantastic verse lately that has really been making a renewed impact on me, and it's this. And so I ask if you just pause for a second and take a deep breath, and I will too. It's from Matthew, and it's one you'll recognize. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. And I just want to remind you as we go into prayer that you might be in a situation in your ministry, in your personal life, in your community, where the burden isn't feeling real light right now, and the yoke is not feeling super easy. And I just want to encourage you to realize if the burden feels too heavy, you should stop lifting because his burden is light. That heaviness so many times comes from just not letting God carry the burden for us. It's so counterintuitive. I know I want to work harder to do something, but I can literally relax into the reality of God's strength and that his burden is light. And in the yoke, if the yoke's not feeling very easy, it feels like it's chafing. I mean, we're yoked to God. I think he can handle all the pulling that needs to be done. And we can just walk along in his presence, participating in his work without flailing and pulling and twisting in the traces. So wherever you are at right now with your ministry, we just hope that you will recognize that you can always relax into God's yoke. You can always rest into the light burden that is his and participate in his refreshing, transforming, spirit-led activity to build the kingdom and transform lives, churches, and communities. Dave, will you pray for us?
Sure. Thanks, Russ. Let's pray together. Father, thank you for each of these pastors and staff members, ministry leaders from around the country and from around Canada who are joining with us today. Lord, I just ask your particular special blessing on them during these times that they're leading, the challenges that they're all facing, and pray, Lord, that our day today, this afternoon, would be a time of encouragement, a time of helpful, informative learning about our denomination, that questions could be answered, that they could be resourced, and that we could just collaborate together, Lord, as a church to advance your kingdom as you are leading us. So again, we thank you for this opportunity to be together and ask for our time to be productive, but also a good time of connecting with one another, and even through this virtual means. Lord, we just ask that your Holy Spirit would move and draw us together as one body today. And again, Lord, to be an encouragement to everyone who's here today. So thank you for this time together, and we're just very grateful for your presence with us. In Jesus' name, amen. Let me just share a couple of logistics, then I'm going to throw it back to Russ. I'm Dave Higgle, Director of Clergy Care and Development. The purpose of our time together, as I think we've shared with you through the different emails and different communication pieces, we want you to really begin to get a sense of the nature and the purpose of the Wesleyan Church. Some of you have come in from other denominations, have transferred in, you're brand new. Others of you, it's your very, very first appointment. You're just starting out and just trying to get your orientation toward the denomination. And there's others of you too. I noticed looking down through the list, it's great to see some old friends. There are people who've been pastoring for quite a while in the church, but maybe still have never had a connection in a sense to the denomination, or really know maybe who some of the denominational servants are. So this is a good day just to connect with each other and to collaborate, and maybe to build a bit of a network also. Just some nuts and bolts about the way our day is going to go. We've arranged it so that you will be able to ask questions. We have asked for different departmental division leaders to come and to share with you live. So you'll have a chance after each of those sessions to ask questions directly to them. And the way that we'd like to have you do that is at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you should see a little square at the bottom called Participants. And in order to ask a question later, you just click on Participants, and a little menu will open up on the right-hand side of your screen, and you'll see a little hand icon. So when you have a question, just click that, and we'll be notified that you have a question, and we'll actually be able to allow you to ask your question directly to whoever is speaking at that moment. And we'll remind you maybe of that a little later. Also, I just want to mention break times. We didn't really schedule a break. Normally, this is an event that goes from 12 noon to 12 noon, but we've compressed it down in this virtual format. So we didn't leave a lot of like a major break time. Obviously, if you need to take a break, just go ahead and take one and come on back. So there may be some loose times in our schedule today which might make it easier for you to do that. Well, I think that's all of the logistics that I have at the moment. There may be some other things that we think of along the way. So again, thank you for joining us, and I'll throw it back to Ross.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to get to share a little bit with you about some of our colleges for a moment, but we'd love to be able to get a snapshot of you. So if you would, just turn on your cameras, and I'm going to get some screenshots of all your smiling faces real quick, all right? So I'm getting ready to go screenshot, and I'll give you the 1, 2, 3. There's 3 screens full of you. That's how many we got in here. So, okay, for the first round, 1, 2, 3, and hold it. Got it. Next one, sliding the screen over, and 1, 2, 3, and one more full screen of folks, and smile. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. I know all of you couldn't maybe, some of you might even be driving. Who knows? I don't want you to wreck your car putting your screen on. So, but it's great to capture that and see all the faces out here. So I imagine you appreciated a little box. If it hasn't gotten to you yet, it will. Kim Kraft, who's on the screen, you can find her in there somewhere, has did a ton of work to try to give you the experience of some of the things that would have happened here. I know part of that is those meal cards in there. So we hope you'll take yourself out, if not you and your spouse out, if you're married or a friend, and have a meal together that we would have been able to enjoy around here. So plus some of the other things that are in there, we hope you enjoy those and can have some fun with them. One of the things that you have in there, let me see, let me get the sip. You might have seen this. No comments how I just held that bottle. This is We5, Wesleyan 5, right? Our 5 colleges and universities. So I just wanted to remind you of, education and clergy development, right? I just wanted to remind you of, we have 5 unbelievable colleges and universities, and then 1 seminary, Wesley Seminary, that are just fantastic places to send people in your care, in your congregations. So to our colleges and universities, the amount of discipleship they do in those 4 years, literally time on task wise, is as much or more than a person might experience in, a couple hours a week, a camp, et cetera, over the course of K through 12, right? And so there's no substitute for a good Christian family, and there's no substitute for being in your church and the impact it makes on somebody. But I tell you what, if you want to double down on that discipleship and deepen it and strengthen it, try to have the families and the young people in your church look at one of our schools. Sometimes it costs are, but you have no idea what the real cost might be when you start looking at scholarships that we have as Wesleyans and other kinds of scholarships. So please take a peek. Now I'm going to share my screen just real quick for you, and you can look at it. If you went to We5, we-5.org, you would see this, right? There's our We5 spot. You see the schools at the top, the logos of the schools, like on the back of your bottle. And you can scroll through there and think about for parents, students, church leaders, pastors, and you can look at the dynamics and the nature of our school, the Wesleyan connection and DNA that flows in our schools, their emphasis on discipleship. So I just encourage you to go to we-5, the number 5.org. It's on your bottle. And just start thinking about how you can sprinkle that into the lives of the folks in your congregation as adults who want to go to college again, or students of a more traditional age, and just plant those seeds as a possibility. Part of our USFEIF goes straight to our schools to help them do that kind of kingdom building activity. So you're really leveraging some of what you already contribute by helping men and women in our churches and students in our churches engage with those spaces and with those schools. So hopefully you'll get a chance to do that and send folks to the schools. Now, I should stop sharing when I'm staring right at the camera talking to you instead of looking at the screen. So we just want you to know that we have this awesome network of colleges and universities and Wesley Seminary. And if you are thinking about graduate ministry or Masters of Divinity, you really should check out Wesley Seminary. You can engage in this education process while you're in the ministry you're in without having to pull up roots and go somewhere. And actually the curriculum is designed to use what you do as part of the curriculum. So it's literally integrated with your ministry and helps you on a weekly basis with your ministry, but in a long haul basis of your ministry, really equipping you to another level of ministry effectiveness. So check those out, and hope you'll take a peek at the website and look at those. And many of you have graduated from some of our colleges and universities and also from seminary. And so share the word, and let's continue to build the kingdom through education and transformation and discipleship. So thanks. Part of my role working with the schools is I have to go to their board meetings. So I'm going to have to leave you all and go to one of our schools' board meetings. But I'm so glad I got to be with you for a few minutes now. Love you all. Reach out to us. Let us know how we can help you. And you're going to have a great time this afternoon with a whole bunch of great folks and hearing about all kinds of fantastic ministry dynamics, part of the Wesleyan Church at large. So peace and blessings. Godspeed to you. And I'm going to throw it to Joanna Rue. And she's going to share some great stuff with you next.
Thank you. For me, it is a privilege to be able to be with each one of you. Thank you for the time that you guys take. I am currently serving here as the director for Spanish ministerial preparation and clergy care. And I know there's not a lot of Spanish education right now to share, but my clergy care part it's what I would like you to take a little peek at the box. In your box, you found this book, and I don't know how many of you open it, but if you open it, you found the envelope that Russ was talking about. And yeah, we wanted to invite you for dinner, and this is part of the Thrive Financial Initiative. And if you allow me to share just a little bit, what I would like to do is to give you an overview of what TFI is and how it will make sense for you. TFI was born with the desire just to help pastoral leaders to overcome financial difficulties that hinder their God-given gifts and potentials to serve in ministry. So if you go to the book, you can do it later, but on pages 33, 34, 35, and 36, you will find different reasons why sometimes for you as a pastor, it's difficult to thrive in ministry. Oh my goodness, I have a lot of gifts. I have a lot of talents. But here I am concerned because I have a high deductible or out-of-pocket medical expense. Or I am concerned here because I've never had a sabbatical. And probably you're starting ministry and you say, oh my goodness, probably later on, I'll think on that. I don't know in what stage of ministry you are, but there are a lot of reasons that sometimes you are concerned, and there is where TFI jumps in. So what I want to do is to just invite you to think how this could be. Well, this happens very easy. The funds that we have for the TFI program, we're giving through the Lilly Endowment. So basically, you as a pastor will work with two lay leaders through educational journeys that will help you to gain biblical stewardship and help your congregation to thrive as well as you. So at the end of the year, you will make a report, you will let us know, and the best of it is that we will match the funds that your church invests in you. So you are welcome to go to wesleyan.org/TFI. You will find all the information. The letter that is inside your envelope has this information as well, and we'll be more than glad to help you and help you understand. Sometimes people might say, oh, that sounds a little complicated. It might, yes. But at the end, let me tell you something, it'll be a blessing. Some people ask me, hey, Joanna, are you guys going to help me with my student loan? Are you going to, pay for my debt? And I wish I could say yes, but let me tell you something. This is a 3-year journey. And if you only take the first year, your church, your ministry, and you personally will be totally changed. And I'm telling you because I've received so many testimonies of how TFI has helped. So why don't you give it a try? Why don't you just say, okay, let me see how it could improve. And we've seen churches just like changing their mentality, changing how they're giving towards the church, towards the pastor. So I just want to invite you to take a look. Send us an email. I'll be more than glad to answer any questions you guys might have. Our information is in the letter, and I'll be more than glad to connect to any of you if you'll be more interested to hear more about this. God bless you, and I really hope that you guys read that letter while you are having your dinner. You have a wonderful day now.
Thank you, Johanna. Really appreciate that. And in a few minutes, I'll be on showing you a little bit on our website. I can show you where to maybe click on that to find out more information from the TFI program. I want to introduce to you now Joel Liechty. Many of you may be familiar with Joel's name. Joel is full-time with us as kind of more director of some of the ministerial education aspects of our division. And he's done a ton of work over the last few years. In fact, our whole department has, but Joel has really led the way in the credentialing kind of overhaul that we have been focused on in ECD. And Joel is going to share a few minutes. Joel, by the way, is based out of, lives out of Flagstaff, Arizona, but he's full-time with us. He's a great guy. So Joel, I'm going to turn it over to you now. He's going to share with us a little bit certain aspects of this new competency-based model of credentialing. So Joel?
All right. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Well, as Dave mentioned, there's a lot that we've been working on with the new credentialing system, and it's pretty exciting because over the last few years, we've got a lot of feedback and input from stakeholders across the denomination who are kind of significantly involved in the development, the equipping, and unleashing people for ministry. And that feedback really led us to revamp and revise a lot of the aspects of the credentialing process across the denomination. And we're really excited about those changes. I'm not going to talk about all those because that'd be a long session. But if you have questions about that process in general, feel free to reach out. I'll put my email here in the chat when I'm done. But I'm going to talk particularly, per Dave's request, about a significant aspect of the revisions that have to do with the local church. And one of the pieces that we as a denomination, I think, intuitively know and has become more clear over the last decade is the role of the local church in the credentialing process, and really the role of the local church in the equipping and unleashing of people for ministry, both lay and clergy. And you've probably already heard the term kingdom force a few times, this idea that if we really want to advance the gospel, share the hope of Jesus Christ, introduce people to Christ's love, then we'll need all hands on deck. Like, we'll need lay, we'll need clergy, men and women, people who are multi-ethnic, multi-economic, everybody, right, who's experienced the love of God and should be participating in this call we have to advance the kingdom of God and bring freedom and liberation in people's lives through the hope of Jesus Christ. So that really happens in the local church. Russ mentioned just a few minutes ago, like, there's nothing that can replace a good Christian family, and nothing that, and there's benefit and value to an educational experience going to one of our colleges, but where transformation really happens, and a phrase you've often heard is that the local church is the hope of the world. This is where equipping and unleashing happens, and we believe that's the case even for credentialing. And so this is really coming to the forefront in our credentialing process through the local church competencies. And what we mean by that really is these are the types of things that if you're going to be a lay minister, even clergy, like we think these types of content, character, the kind of craft of ministry can really only be developed in a local church context. Like, the classroom is great for a lot of things. Going off to events and conferences can be really helpful, but it's in the kind of crucible of the local church where we become who God called us to be and really live out our calling. So we wanted to just kind of give a heads up of this new piece of the credentialing process, because you are now pastors in the Wesleyan Church. And part of the responsibility that all of us have, both as pastors as well as just believers, is to equip others, to disciple others, to unleash others into their calling, to help them explore what it means to be free in Christ, but also to be obedient, to bring others into the fold. And so there's a number of different ways this will happen. I'm not going to get into the details of that, but as candidates engage in the credentialing process, they'll enroll in pathways that are approved to help them kind of work on and achieve and be assessed for those local church competencies. And it may be that if you're the person who that candidate nominates to be a ministry mentor in the context, that you'll then have the privilege and the opportunity to walk on that journey with them, which I'm guessing most of you as people who are pastors are already doing this informally, if you will, developing, equipping, walking alongside others, discipling them, loving them. And so really all we're doing with credentialing is bringing some formality to that. So a lot more to unpack there. Happy to ask any questions. Again, I'll put my email here in the chat if you have more questions. But we really just wanted to give you a heads up on the way that credentialing is pushing more into what is really our mission, to equip and unleash people with the hope and holiness of Jesus Christ. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Joel. Hang in there, Joel, for just a second. And I just want to open it up for any questions for Joel about the competency-based model of our credentialing. Now, it's as Joel said, he just condensed some things down there in a very brief time, and yet it was a very complex process to shift over from just a course-based model of credentialing to a competency-based model of credentialing that now has mentors. And so I just want to pause, because some of you are still maybe in that process and you might have a question, and this is a great opportunity to get some clarity, or we will strive for clarity to answer your question. So I may just want to pause there, see if anyone has a question right now for Joel.
Hey, David, I see Paul's hand up there. So,
okay.
Paul, feel free to unmute yourself. And
Paul, sorry, can you unmute yourself, Paul? And
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So this was presented to us, or at least I discussed it with our DBMB or whatever. I can't remember what the letters are, but I have a guy on staff that is still finishing credentialing. I have a daughter that has done this. So it was my understanding they could stay in the old system or choose the new system. And he said something about the new system would actually not be approved until General Conference. Is that right? Or does that not get General Conference approval?
Yeah, good question. So this is you're referencing kind of two different changes that are occurring. One is the measurement of ministry education shifting from courses to competencies. So that's what I was really talking about with the local church competencies. And that's really just a different way of measuring ministry education and formation. And that change has already happened for all the candidates who are piloting this. The credentialing change, so there's been some shifts to the credentialing. I didn't really talk about that. That's being piloted right now, but is subject to approval at General Conference 2021. And so that piece is still in pilot in a kind of real sense, waiting approval. And to your initial comment, we have made a kind of legacy student exception. So people who were already in the system prior to September 1st are able to finish out in the course system and don't have to switch in. But as you mentioned, they can if they want. Does that help?
Yeah, because with the old system, you do the 2 years of service. So we're giving a pretty lengthy, it's a lot of the competencies that you talk about are still in the 2 year stuff. We have to make sure that we cover those things with them. So, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly for the ones I'm working with, and then the students that are now at Southern Wesleyan for us that are in this process. I guess they'll know more about it, and we'll learn more about it as we go. So thanks.
Yep. And as you deal with individual students, like, please feel free to reach out to us with any questions. That's often when some of the best questions emerge. Like, what do I do with this actual candidate?
Okay, good. By the way, Paul, where are you located?
I'm in Pickens, just outside of Central and Clemson.
In South Carolina. Great.
Yep.
I think maybe as any of you have questions throughout the day, it might be great. Just introduce yourself, what church you're from, or where you are, and that'll help us to kind of get to know each other a little bit. So thank you, Paul.
All
Any
right.
other questions for Joel? Credentialing?
I see Lewis Davis.
Yes, I'm.
Louis Davis.
Yeah, sorry. I'm serving in the Sharon Springs Wesleyan Church in Western Kansas, and
Nice.
I've been here for about 3 or 4 months now. But I just a real quick question, and I could probably email you later for more details. But does that affect the changing, and that affect me as I'm transferring in, transferring to ordination or anything like that?
Yeah, good question. So the key date to remember is September 1st, 2020. So that's now in the past. But basically what we said is anybody who was already in the system. So if you were meeting with the DBMD, if you had already enrolled with education and clergy development, then you can kind of be in that legacy student category and go with the system as it exists. Particularly the courses. Now, if the memorial gets approved at general conference, like, we switch over to the credentials, but we'll have a way to map courses for that for people. Anybody starting this process after September 1st, they're jumping into the new system with the competencies, and they're piloting the proposed credentials leading up to general conference.
I threw a
Okay.
link in the chat, just so you know, folks, of a website you can go peek at and poke around and get more information, but you can always reach out to us with an email as well.
Okay. Anyone else with a question? Quick question for Joel while he's still with us here. And I think he's posted his email. Ken Gorman.
Thank you. I'm going to a church called the Loft Wesleyan Church in Hillsborough, New Jersey. My question is, our district has already sent out emails about this change in competency and said that there's a 2-year grace period if you're already in it. And that started September 1st of this year, because I'm already started my 2 years supervised ministry back in March of this year, and calculating out with the courses, I'm just going to be right at that 2-year mark. So, but if it's September 1st, then I'm going to be well safe. So I just want to make sure if I should have to transfer over to the competency-based program, which is great, or do I stay on the path that I'm on now?
Yeah, good question. So, and you've probably seen me talk about the two pieces. There's the credentialing piece, which is what the memorial is dealing with, and there's the education piece, which is where we talk about the measuring through courses or measuring through competencies. So so again, the memorial will kind of determine what happens with that at general conference, and we'll kind of switch people over based off of what happens there. With the courses, if you were in the system before September 1st and you're in that course transcript system, the deadline that you need to remember there is May 31st, 2024. And that's the date that we said, if you're going to stay in the old course system, like, we want you to be done by then, so that you, the district, ECD, doesn't have to like kind of track two systems for a long period of time. Now, if you get to that point and you're super close and you have some questions, and we can always explore like exceptions, but that May 31st, 2024 is the deadline for finishing out in a course transcript and fulfilling all those educational requirements.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be done in 2022. So
you're good to go.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that good question. Okay, I want to thank you. Thanks, Joel, for being with us. I know that's a major issue for everyone has to understand that process. And so if you have other questions, Joel has posted his email address there, and you can find it on our website too. So thanks very much, Joel. And we'll transition now. I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes, up until maybe the top of the hour, next 15, 20 minutes, about clergy care. As you may have surmised, as we've been talking, education and clergy development, we've kind of reduced it down to two words, what we do. Education and formation. Those are the two words that kind of capture everything that we do in our division. And as we go throughout the day, you're going to be talking with people from other divisions. So we want you to get a sense of kind of the structure of the denomination too. So I think it's important just to get that kind of bird's eye view of the different divisions. So that's what our division, this is what you're hearing about today with Johanna, Joel, and myself, and Russ. So we deal with everything with the colleges, all the educational things, not just ministerial education, but all of our colleges and our seminary. And formation, which has to do with clergy development that Joel was just talking about, and also clergy care. So beginning in 2012, the denomination began to formally kind of recognize the necessity of having, carving out some space for clergy care attention. So for the last 8 years, we've been working very diligently to find ways to support our pastors. So I often think I just want to introduce you to some of the things that we do in our division with regard to that and things that are available to you to help support you on your journey. I often think of Elijah. It comes to my mind a lot as we think about pastors and the journey that pastors are on. And so we see in 1 Kings 18, we see Elijah is very active in his prophetic ministry. And then we see in chapter 19, there's this complete opposite, almost this kind of breakdown that Elijah has. And there's lots of reasons probably for that. And there's been a lot of speculation about what happened with Elijah, which we won't go into. But one of the things that I like to really draw our attention to and like to talk about is that when Elijah was running, I guess, in fear, and by the way, it was legitimate fear. All right, his life was at stake. Someone was after, Jezebel was after him. It was a legitimate threat. God tended to Elijah's needs, and God tended to Elijah's needs in a very holistic way. God took his time with Elijah, had him rest. In chapter 19, we don't see any reprimanding of Elijah. We just see God tending to his physical needs, giving him food and water. We see God tending to Elijah's needs in his sleep, encouraging him to sleep. And while he's sleeping, God is providing for Elijah by baking bread right near his head. When he wakes up, the bread is right there. God was already at work, was working on behalf of Elijah's well-being when Elijah wasn't even necessarily conscious of it. So there's a lot of things in this story that we have to learn from. And of course, spiritually, he's tending to him too. And he's tending to his call, his sense of calling. So when he gets in the cave, God has a more frank discussion with him about what's happened to him. And so I think, and then it's in the cave where he develops this ability to hear God's voice in a different way. And so what we see here is God slowing Elijah down. so that he can re-engage with this call. He can become more consciously aware of where he is in relation to God and others. And then God really re-engages and kind of a recall into ministry after that cave experience. This has been a real model for us in our division as we think about clergy in relationship to the Wesleyan Church, because we have our culture is a very performance-oriented culture. And all of you, I'm sure, are focused on the results of your ministry and the performance aspects of your ministry and wanting to see these results. But there's a flip side to this performance of pastors and ministry leaders, that if we don't also cultivate a sense of stewardship of the gifts that God has given to us in our bodies and in our minds and in our spirits, then we can easily burn out. We lose our resiliency. We can begin to question our call, which I think is what was happening with Elijah. And some of you may be there now. We get a big group like this, get some 60 people. Some of you are already resonating with what I'm talking about. So in our division, we wanted to pay attention to some of these needs. I just want to share my screen. I just want to show you some of the things that we've been working on and that we are offering, and that some of these things we're trying out with different districts. And you'll have opportunity to maybe engage with them. So I'm going to share my screen for just a moment. On our webpage, Education and Clergy Development, I go over here to Thriving Clergy, and you have to excuse me as I refer to my notes here a little bit. I'm just going to kind of do a little flyby on some of these things. You'll notice, I'm going to go to Thrive in 5 for just a moment. We started this little every other week. Some of you are already aware of this. Every other Tuesday, we send out one of these kind of articles, very short. It's supposed to be like one screenshot worth of information about different topics. So this has been gaining, growing in popularity with pastors, and we're passing it on to others. But there's our categories. So every other Tuesday, you should be receiving this in your email. And we have different people, different experts in these areas who are actually doing the writing. So for instance, the emotional and the relational, Dr. Virginia Holman, who headed up she just retired from Asbury Theological Seminary, but she was heading up the pastoral counseling program there. She writes for the emotional and the relational. We've got Michael Blue up at the Ron Blue Institute at Indiana Wesleyan, who's writing for the financial Thrive in 5. On the intellectual over here, I think he's with us today. Eric Hallett is the DS up in Central Canada. Eric's a good friend and well-respected leader at our church. He writes here for the intellectual and kind of leadership kinds of things. In the physical, we're re-engaging with a new writer just now, so we're sort of in between there. And on the spiritual, and just open these up, you can click on any of these and you can get to past editions of these. The spiritual is written by Linda Gist. Linda is out in Sacramento at our church there. And Linda went through the program with Dallas Willard and Richard Foster, the Renovare program, and is the spiritual director. So we've got some really good people there, and I help to curate that content and work with those writers. Something else I wanted to show you was retreat locations for pastors. That this is all for you. This is available. And so as you go to that there, you can go, I'm going to pick Texas here, the great state of Texas. So this is how it's organized. I want to, and you can see the little legend here down below. And I'm just showing you one example in Texas. If you're looking for a place to get away for a vacation for you and your family, these places, most of them are oriented toward clergy. Some of them are free. You can look at the legend. If it's got $1 sign, it's a little cheaper. And also down in the lower right here, you'll see the heart. See on the Wildwood Sanctuary, I'll just click on that, for example. If it has a heart next to it, it means that they have pastoral counseling available. So we do get requests for pastors looking for a respite, a time, a place to spend some sabbatical time. This is a great tool for you to be aware of. And many of these places, as I mentioned, are very budget friendly for pastors and cater to pastors. I'm going to throw one out here that I would like you to know about. There's one in Hawaii that we really, I feel very highly about, set up by a former pastor who set up a retreat center for pastors. It's just a series of townhouses, and it's very cheap. You just have to get there, and there is a cost, but it's very affordable. A couple of other things here I just want to share with the gathering. Every 4 years, if you're new to our denomination, we want you to know that every 4 years, we have a gathering of all clergy and their spouses and even families who gather together, I think, in Orlando, Florida. You can see the next one's coming up in 2023. And it's 2 to 3 day conference for pastors, but it's oriented around your well-being. It's not just your typical leadership conference. We've tried to really orient it toward a holistic approach. So there's lots of seminars, lots of resources. As you scroll down here, these are some of the keynote speakers from last time. We got some top shelf people from around the country. And there's also, as you scroll down, all the seminars are there from the last one, all kinds of things. So I just want you to be aware of that and be thinking about that in January of 2023 in Orlando. And again, we have maybe 2,000, 2,500 of our clergy and spouses and families will be down there together. And it's a real sense of connection. If you've never been part of a denomination before, we get all kinds of feedback from people about how thankful they are to make these connections and make these friends from all over the place. Let me just see if there's anything else right here I wanted to maybe draw your attention to. Retreat locations, the gathering. I'm going to back out here a little bit and go to one more. Let's see, I can go back this way. Go to our right on the front page of the Wesleyan Denominational website. If you scroll down, at least I thought it was here. Oh yes, right here. Sorry. We have resources that might be really helpful to you right now on racial reconciliation and resources on the Wesleyan Church and COVID-19 responses. So if you're wrestling with different aspects of how to do church, so to speak, during this time of COVID, especially now as it's getting protracted, you'll see there's resources here for pastors, and over on the right-hand side from Church Multiplication and Discipleship. If you click on this, there are all kinds of resources here for you. If you're wrestling with something with your local church during COVID, there's all kinds of really good things there. I think maybe the last thing that I really want to draw your attention to is this program here, the Pastor Well program. One of the things that God has blessed us with during our time here at ECD is, in recent years, is developing relationships with organizations and individuals outside of our denomination who have the same heart and mind and spirit of wanting to help clergy. So we've been able to connect with people who do this very well and at a very high level. And so the Pastor Well program is one that we are piloting with different districts. I know we have several pastors here today with us from the Great Lakes region. They're working with this program right now, and we're getting really good feedback from them and their experience. We're piloting it with several of other districts, but I'm just going to do a flyby here. This is a subscription program that we are working with districts in order to get the price down to make it very, very affordable for every pastor to have access to counseling with licensed counselors, coaching. The coaching is most of it provided through Pastor Serve, which is located out in Colorado Springs. I'm not going to go into detail with all these. We don't have time. Wisdom Consult, if you have a one-off question, you're stuck on something. It could be anything from a difficult layperson to a board issue or a building issue, anything. you can submit your questions, and they have a team of consultants that they will work with you on that. So I'm going to not spend too much time with this here. There's the book that you got in your packet, in your box, the At Full Strength, Denny Howard. Everyone gets a copy of that. And there's all kinds of well-being content, like under the well-being content here. It's trying to open up. They've adopted our 6 categories of well-being that I showed you earlier with the Thrive in 5. And there's just all kinds of topics here for your well-being. Videos, podcasts, articles, all sorts of things. And then down here, they also have financial coaching, a lot of clergy. We're working a lot, Joanna Rue with the Thrive Financial Initiative, on helping to offset the financial challenges that pastors face. They provide some coaching financially as well. And there's several other things there that we'd like for you to be aware of. So this program is something that we're in the midst of, trying out and doing with different districts. So you'll be hearing more about it if you haven't heard about it already. So we just want you to kind of be aware of that. I'd just like to open it up and see if we have any questions about clergy care. There's other things, I can't mention everything. Browse around our website and see if there's something there that might fit a need that you have right now. And I'm always open to emails as well. Anybody have a question? Clergy care question? No questions? Okay. All right, we're done here just a couple minutes early then. Let me think of maybe what else. Oh, I know one thing I wanted to mention to you. Coming up this month, this is Pastor Appreciation Month. And I mentioned the book by Denny Howard, At Full Strength. Denny is a counselor who has written this book after counseling with over 6,000 pastors over 20 years. The book that you have there is a distillation of a study that he did after all that counseling with pastors. And he can actually predict the challenges that pastors will face maybe every 6 to 7 years, and what those challenges will probably be. So it's kind of a preventative book. If you read that book, it gives you a lot of practical tips on what to do to maybe prevent burnout and prevent other negative things happening. We just did a webinar with Denny this week actually, and that will be posted online. But coming up this month for Pastor Appreciation Month, working with the Wesleyan Publishing House, there's another book that you got in your box there. One of them is by Jeannie Clarkson, The Emotionally Intelligent Pastor. We'll be having an interview with her also, as the author of that book, and the importance of emotional intelligence for pastors. And then later in the month also we'll be talking with Mark Reneker, who heads up the Doctor of Leadership program at Indiana Wesleyan. He wrote the book Hope for Pastors that you have in your box. And he's the one he was helpful in being the architect for the Thrive Financial Initiative, and very instrumental in helping us with our grants through the Lilly Endowment. We'll be interviewing him about the financial economic challenges that pastors face. So we just want to let you know that these are some interviews that will be coming up this month. And those will be broadcast live through Facebook Live. So if you are not on the Wesleyan Pastors Facebook page, we would invite you to go there, type that into Facebook, and as long as you are under appointment with the Wesleyan Church, then you will be admitted to that. So that's where we broadcast a lot of those things for pastors. That's where you can find them. Any other questions at this time? Okay. I'm not sure. Our next guest is going to be our General Superintendent, Dr. Wayne Schmidt, and I hope he's here. I can't quite tell.
I am with you, David.
There he is. Oh, great. Thank you. That makes me feel a lot better to hear your voice here on this Zoom format, this virtual format. I'm so grateful to have a general superintendent like Wayne Schmidt, who's brought such critical focus to church multiplication, discipleship making, who's been a pastor for decades, who understands ministerial education, who was formerly the vice president at Wesley Seminary and is now our general superintendent. But I think, and I've mentioned this to him before, one of the things that I appreciate most about Wayne is he's a man of prayer. I mean, you can't be around him for very long and not realize that he's someone who not just loves God, but who really is actively engaged in his own development of his own spiritual life, and knows that we can't do anything as a denomination without praying for God's blessing and guidance in the efforts to expand God's kingdom. Wayne has graciously agreed to be here today. This is a very busy day for him. He's at the Oklahoma Wesleyan board meeting today, and also been stick handling along with Russ, also the board meeting at Indiana Wesleyan. Both of them have board meetings today, but he's carved out some precious time for us today to be with you. He's going to share for a few minutes and maybe open it up to questions. And Dave Drury is also here, and he'll introduce Dave when he's done. So thank you so much, Wayne, for being with us today and taking time out of your busy day.
Well, it sure is great to join you. I am at Oklahoma Wesleyan. They graciously provided a little conference room off the boardroom for me to share with you today and to interact with you, which is my privilege. A lot of faces on the screen look familiar. Some of you have been around a while, so I wonder if the change of new pastor orientation has been adapted a little bit, but it's great to see all of you. Some of you I've had the privilege of ordaining, and that is a particular privilege for me. Yes, I'm privileged to share in ministry with an amazing team of people who are part of the headquarters work, but also are part of the field as district superintendents, and am blessed by people who really have hearts for God and hearts for joining God in his mission. Maybe you've already heard these statements before, but I want to tell you how they're being experienced in my life every day, because one of the great opportunities I get is to interact with all kinds of people across the church. And we have a mission that we share together. And that mission, which has been consistent since before I ever had the privilege of serving in this office, is to be engaged in transforming lives, churches, and communities through the hope and holiness of Jesus Christ. And as we thought more about how that mission gets fulfilled, kind of our strategic focus for that mission, we want to celebrate every time a disciple makes a disciple and a church multiplies itself until the Wesleyan Church has a transforming presence in every zip code or every postal code or at every train station or in every chiefdom, wherever they are in the world, however their geographic location is described, we would love for there to be the transforming presence of Christ, because there are Wesleyans there who are disciples making disciples. We realize more than ever that that's going to take a kingdom force. And that kingdom force we describe as being multi-generational, multi-ethnic, multi-economic, women and men fully expressing all of their gifts, lay and clergy in partnership together everywhere to everywhere. So those are the things that we've put in writing. Those are things we've established as common defining commitments for us. So I just decided to do something I've never done before in preparing for this presentation. And after I see your reaction, I may never do it again. But I decided just to go through my emails. I get a few of them over the last couple of days and see, does this mission actually show up in my email box? Now, that's maybe a different way of thinking about it, but let me just give you a sampler of the kind of emails I get. I had a gentleman write me, and their local church has started in their community a center for entrepreneurial empowerment. They are a multi-ethnic church. They have community needs not far from them, and they want to, as a local church, raise up and equip people to be entrepreneurs in their own businesses so that can meet their economic needs, but it can also be a platform for them to share the gospel. That's something a local church is doing to transform its community. I talked with another gentleman, Brandon Peterson, who wanted to set up a time to talk about church planting in the global population centers of the world, and particularly North America. So church planting in some of our largest cities that are cities of influence in our country and in North America and certainly around the world. Then there was a whole flurry of email from a group we call Marketplace Multipliers, who are lay leaders. And these people are very capable in their business context, but they also have such a deep desire to integrate their faith with their work and to steward their influence so that disciples are being made in their marketplace setting. So certainly we want disciples made within the walls of the church, but we want disciples to be made beyond the walls of the church where people spend their everyday lives. Then I got an email from DS is a group of district superintendents clarifying who they are investing in to be the next generation of leaders and to become part of a learning community that Dave Drury and Joanne Solis Walker are giving leadership to, and stretch ourselves to think, okay, if we're in the superintending roles right now, who's going to be in those roles in 2025, 2030? Will they be a kingdom force? Will they be multi-generational, multi-ethnic, multi-economic? Will there be women and men? How are we identifying and raising up those leaders? Our district superintendents are wrestling with that. Then we got this great email that this past month we had no Wesleyan churches close. We usually have a few in a month. And one new church was planted every week. So in terms of church planting, that was so encouraging. Then we had a district superintendent wrestling with this. We have networks of churches that are connecting together and serving one another. And as a result, more disciples are being made and churches being planted, but they're kind of getting into some situations. And so I'm wrestling with, how do I provide the proper boundaries without in any way limiting their mission? Well, I got to tell you, I love this so much because sometimes we think, oh, denominational leaders spend their time just, figuring out ways to get in the way. But that is not true with the hearts of our Wesleyan leaders who are saying, we see God working, we see God moving. We just want to make sure that things are done well and done right, but there's freedom to pursue what God has put in their hearts. I'm at Oklahoma Wesleyan right now. Our universities are part of this as well as our local churches, and spend a lot of time defining reality. Boy, our institutions are doing that these days, but also stories of baptisms, stories of people, students asking the right questions in terms of probing their faith. And an email from Indiana Wesleyan University where they're having over 200 of their athletes involved in table groups to discuss racial reconciliation in a culture where there's so much division. And they're doing it within a biblical framework. So their framework is creation, sin, Christ, restoration. So how do we find reconciliation in light of the fact every one of us is created in the image of God, that sin has broken our relationships and who we are, that Christ redeems us, and that he not only wants to redeem us, save us individually, but restore us completely. And then just the last one, you're saying, oh, Wayne, you're not going to go through your whole email box, are you? No, I'm not. But it's an email from a lead pastor, Hannah Klopfenstein in Seattle, who's planting a church. And she just said, boy, about the time we were getting ready to think about how we launch, COVID hit. And then we realized we had the opportunity to go ahead and launch online. And they did that in August. And they've already have multiple digital discipleship groups. So I just wanted to share those emails with you because sometimes you think, I'm part of a church, it's got some nice statements, I resonate with the statements, I hear them from people like General Superintendent, and I see them on walls or read them in books and communication. But I realized in just doing this little email search that it is happening. So Dave Drury and I share together in many responsibilities. He is the chief of staff. And because as general superintendent, I'm often on the road, now again in the air, sometimes different places in the world. Normally, I'm out a good portion of my time. And Dave does such a tremendous job of moving the mission forward, working closely with the team at headquarters. And even though he has more than a full-time job, there are a couple ministries alongside of that chief of staff role I'm sure he'll mention for us. But I asked him particularly in this season, I said, Dave, would you become, for all of us, in this area, Dave, I work for you. Will you become our chief of mobilization, helping us to mobilize that kingdom force in order to accomplish the mission? And I get to work particularly, as I've already mentioned, with our district superintendents as they identify the people they want to invest in, the people they want to mobilize. I get to work with those marketplace multipliers I've already mentioned, those people who are lay people. There's never been a significant movement of God without the significant involvement of laity, lay and clergy together. And I get to work with them. And so in those areas, I kind of work for Dave because I work specifically in those areas of mobilization. So Dave, I'm going to pass the baton to you. Great. And have you share a bit, and then we'll take whatever questions people might have.
Excellent. Great. And I do want everybody to know whenever Wayne says that he works for me, it's kind of in air quotes. He works for me. So, but it's more of a euphemism. We definitely, it's an important task to mobilize people. I often describe myself as multivocational because like you, I'm a local pastor. And so I have a church here locally in Indianapolis. I am a volunteer pastor, so I don't get a paycheck from my church because we have a micro church network that we're a part of. So it's a small church. So some of you think you have a small church. I'm pretty sure my church is smaller because ours fits in a living room. But we're a part of a micro church network. So that's a little bit of my weekend life. But the better part of my day and most of my energy and time goes to working with Wayne. There's no air quotes around that work. I literally do work for Wayne. If he could have heartburn someday and I would no longer have a job, but I do work for Wayne, and part of that is being nimble enough to change and do what's needed in a certain season. And so mobilizing, really helping you and the entire Wesleyan Church to see people raised up and sent out to plant churches, to make disciples, to consider perhaps they're being called to a global mission, to be sent around the world. Those are the things that I get up every day and do. And I know you do the same thing, because that is not something that only one or a handful of people might do, or people that have a title. That is our job, right, with the Great Commission. A couple tactical things here. First of all, if you don't know who to call and you have a question about the denomination, or you don't know if there's an existing ministry or something that might help you, call me or email me, somehow reach out, shoot me a private message on social media, and I'll help direct you. I can be a bit of a first line of question if you don't just want to call the switchboard and need a little bit more of a involved answer to a question. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm here for you. We all exist to serve the church and you as its leaders. Second thing is, we're going to do a little bit of Q&A like Wayne just mentioned in a moment. And so this is a great opportunity for you to ask our general superintendent a question, or for him to say, I don't want to answer that, I want Dave to answer it. So we'll have fun answering your questions. Whatever you want, just put them in the chat so that we can see those. I have my chat up, and I'm sure Matthew and Dave Higgle and others in the team will be able to see those as well. Just pop that in so that we don't have to try to worry if you're going to unmute. I think there's more than 60 of us together on this call, so it might be easier if you just pop your question into the chat, or you'll have to speak up quick later, which might be harder. So I want to talk to you a little bit. Wayne gave the big vision for the church, and in particular, the strategic focus that we're celebrating every time a disciple makes a disciple and a church multiplies itself until the Wesleyan Church has a transforming presence in every zip code. That is a phrase we say a lot of the time. I say that off the top of my head, but I also have it printed up right here on a coaster that our Church Multiplication and Discipleship Division created these, and I laminated one as the coaster to my drink, just to continually put that in front of myself. That's really something we're all about. All of us are making disciples. But you might say, when do we know we'll be successful at that? When do you know that we are actually doing the strategic focus of the Wesleyan Church? So some of you already know this because you fill out the annual statistical report for yourself, and then you also do the local church annual service report, and then you also, some of you do your local statistical report from your church. So first of all, those of you who do that, thank you. I know that that's not your greatest moment every year, filling out those little boxes or giving them to somebody else that helps fill it out officially. But we have tried to rephrase those into three main questions. So if we're saying, what are we really trying to do as the Wesleyan Church tactically? Like, if we're getting real practical here, not just the bumper sticker stuff, not just the stuff that I would put, on a card like this, or stuff that we would put on our website. If you were to say, what are we really doing? Well, this is it. First of all, we're asking the question, and I hope that you're asking this question in your local church too. And as a pastor, this is all of our task. Who is making disciples in our church? I hope you have lists in your church. I hope that if you haven't done this yet, I hope that from now on, you have a list of disciple makers. Now, you might say, well, Dave, I have a list of people that teach Sunday school. I have a list of people that are in my youth ministry that are, sort of counselors for the youth or volunteers here or there. I don't know whether they're disciples or not. I would invite you to make that list and say, who are the people that I would say they're making disciples in that role? Or some people, by the way, don't have any kind of a role and they're making disciples. It may be like Wayne mentioned, in their workplace, they're doing it, in their neighborhood, in the place where they learn or work or live. And so that's the first question. And I also ask you that because that's actually on the local statistical report now. Who are the people who are making disciples? It doesn't happen automatically. And we need to ask ourselves, are we doing this intentionally? Is it relational? Is it holistic? Like, is it only about one part of who people are? Or is it really their whole life? Is it multiplying? Like when people make disciples, are they making disciples? The best proof that somebody is a disciple maker is the people they're discipling are making disciples, right? Because otherwise none of us would be here if there wasn't that family tree of discipleship. And then is it lifelong? We don't want people to say, well, they checked that box off, they went to that class, now I'm discipled. Well, no, I'm still being discipled. Some of my discipleship comes from Wayne in this capacity, but others come from the people in my local church who are continuing to disciple me in my capacity, even though I have some leadership there. So that's the first question. Who's making disciples in our church? The second question is how many disciples are multiplying our church? So this is us finding ways to unleash others to multiply. I wonder, is this a day for you to think, is there somebody out there that you need to have an I see in you conversation? Think of those 4 letters. I see in you. It'd be good to just take a little Post-it note right now and write I see in you on it and say, who are the people I see something in that I want to call it out to and say, you know what? I think you could start something in your workplace or in your community that's a fresh expression of the gospel beyond the walls of your church. Or maybe it's a season, where you think there's somebody, they might even be the next person to plant a church out of your church. Or maybe there's somebody that could lead a new group of teenagers, go together in discipleship with them, or might start a new, or might take over like a 4th and 5th grade, boys class in your church. Or maybe it's somebody that you're like, I think you have a call to the world. I think you might be someone that could be sent out from our church to be a missionary. And so I'd encourage you to have the I see in you conversations. I had several different youth pastors. I joke about it sometimes because in 6 years as a youth in a Wesleyan church, I had 6 different youth pastors, which tells you a little bit about how difficult it was to pastor me and others in our church. They left pretty quick. But I had one, his name was Gordon. And Gordon was, and if you knew Gordon Ritchie is his name. Some of you may actually know who this is. Gordon was a little dorky. We thought he was a little dorky. He still is a little bit dorky, even though he later on went to work as a chaplain in the military. So he's a little bit cooler than me. But at the time, we thought he was a little dorky, and he wasn't cool like our other youth pastors. But he was the best youth pastor I had, because he took me aside. He took me to a place called Ivanhoe's, which is in Upland, Indiana. And he took me there, and we had a Coke. I think he literally said, want to go have a Coke, which I also thought was a little dorky, that he would ask me to go get a Coke. But we went and got a Coke. And he said, Dave, there's this other kid. His name was Kevin. And he said, Kevin only comes to the youth group about once every 10 times. And he's not really connected. And you've maybe noticed that other kids don't necessarily like him that much, but you know him and he likes you. I want you to take Kevin under your wing, and I want you to be intentional to reach out to him, make him feel at home, and I want you to be a good influence on him. That was what? An I see in you conversation. He recalibrated my brain to not think about being a consumer, even in my youth group. And my entire ministry, and I hope maybe you can think of it this way, you've probably had people that did this for you, is to realize a huge part of our role is to have those moments where we don't just try to do the ministry ourselves. Gordon wasn't saying, I'm going to help Kevin feel welcome in the youth group. He was probably already trying his hardest. He needed to enlist me. He needed to mobilize me, say, Dave, he was affirming and said these great things about me, but it wasn't just to make me like him more or to me feel affirmed. It was for the task of the gospel. And so Kevin, I was able to reach out to him and do a lot of stuff. And actually Kevin became one of my best friends because I was intentionally kind of trying to bring him in and be an influence for the gospel in his life. So how many disciples are multiplying your church is the second question. Again, the first one was who is making disciples. The third one is where are we a transforming presence by disciples making disciples? So if you think about the people that are in your church, where are they located? If you just did a Google map of all the different places people lived, learn, and work, where would those places be? What would those zip codes be? And is the community aware of the presence of your disciples? Sometimes we ask the question, you've heard this probably 100 times before now. Sometimes we ask the question, what if your church went away? Would the community miss you? I think we all have historically thought of that as our building. We're like, what if that building went away and we no longer had worship services? I wonder if COVID has helped remind us that really what matters is if all the disciples in our church went away from the places they work, the places they live, the places they learn, if they went away, would those places feel that loss? Would the high school miss the 5 teenagers in your church? Would the elementary school miss the 25 kids from your church? Would you know, the places that they work, the different kind of workplaces, the places your people work in your church. If those people no longer showed up for work ever again, would they be missed? Would their spiritual influence on that place be missed? Would their neighborhoods be missed? Like if all the Christians in your county that go to your church stopped, they all moved to Los Angeles. Let's say that happened. What would be the impact on those neighborhoods? That's the real question about if the church went away. And so that's what this question is where are we a transforming presence by disciples making disciples? We need to have that kind of influence around us in the world today. There's this old quote, you've probably heard it many times from a theologian that said, preach with the Bible in one hand and with the newspaper in the other. You heard that before? And I think in some ways it's, you know, you've learned to exegete scripture. It's a difficult process, but doing it is kind of full of rewarding joy. Because the more you do it, I mean, you know, I don't know about you, but I would love to just do that all day, every day, is just spend all my time in scripture. The time I've been able to spend in scripture 3 times since today already, for 3 different reasons. Those were the best parts of my day. That's awesome. Exegeting culture is a little harder, right? It's another matter entirely. I heard a comedian once say that on the news, they start by saying, good evening. And then they say it's the night of the news. And then they proceed to tell you how really it's not a good evening, right? It's all bad news. And I don't know about you, but 2020 has been really rough year. And for those of you that are serving in full-time or even part-time, as I am, local church ministry, there's no real entirely part-time ministry, right? But for all of us who are serving in some capacity, ministry is hard right now. It's very hard to exegete the culture. We've got the coronavirus, lockdowns, quarantines, racial injustice, unrest in the streets. We've got these deep ideological divides, political infighting. I mean, y'all have Facebook and Twitter and other places, or even just the people in your community at the diner talking about stuff. It's really rough. And so I guess part of what I'm learning is to remember that the empire around us that we serve in the middle is not our allegiance, right? Our ultimate allegiance is to the kingdom in heaven and the kingdom of heaven. And to recognize that just like 2,000 years ago, when the church was a part of Rome at its peak, and then that Roman Empire started to decline in a variety of ways, I think most of us look at the world around us and we think maybe it's a little bit in decline. We think maybe that our country is in some ways in decline here and in Canada and elsewhere. And I think what we need to really do is say, you know what, let's stay at the stuff we've always been doing. We need to make disciples of character who resist corruption, right? We need to make sure that we are reaching out to those people who are marginalized that Scripture talks so much about, and ensure that they are loved, because the empire is not going to love them, right? The world's not going to love them, but the church needs to love. And we need to disciple kind of a resilient remnant in a way that's not going to, in some sense, our job in discipleship is not trying to change the culture at large, which sounds impossible. It's trying to make little changes along the way in certain people's lives that over time, that enables us to spread holiness across the land. So I don't think the church, it's not always at its best. And I would say maybe the church has not been its best for a while in the West, But I think it's time for us to step up when empires kind of act the way they do. It's time for us to do what we've always done as Christians. And I'm very inspired. When you think about the church in the Roman Empire was way more messed up than our world today, as hard as we think we have it. And the church was able to thrive and grow, and even in the middle of persecution grow. And even when nobody influential would join, the church in Rome would go and find babies that were abandoned, right? That were pretty much, it's infanticide. It's very similar to what abortion would be for us today. And they would go find those babies and care for them and raise them as their own. They would go find people that had diseases and take them into their church community and care for them to health. And those people were the first Christians in those places in many, many ways. And so I think we today can, whomever God gives us, even if it's not the people of influence, we can see them be discipled for Christ. Well, I want you to be able to pop questions. We already have one I see in there in the chat. Please ask some more questions for Wayne and myself, and we'll start there. And of course, you can. I don't know, Dave, how you would like to do this. If it's best for some others to maybe raise their hand or unmute themselves.
What we've been doing, Dave, is actually using the participants button down at the bottom of the Zoom screen.
Okay.
And so this is a good time to remind everyone, if you have a question for Wayne or for Dave, this is a wonderful opportunity to talk with them, and I know they would love to engage with you. Click that participants button, and a menu will open up on the right, and with a hand icon, you just click the hand, and they will be able to ask you directly. So we don't have to read them.
Great.
You can ask directly. So if you have a question, Ken Gorman has raised his hand. Ken, go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, you're talking about reaching all the zip codes in America or across the world. I know Canada, it's postal codes. But how far should we look as a local church to say our zip codes, our local zip codes, to make these disciples?
Wayne?
Yeah, Dennis Jackson, in our conversations here at headquarters with the team, has used a phrase to think in terms of one near and one far. And I really have appreciated that because I've noticed over the years, and Dave Higgle already mentioned I've been in ministry many decades. Thank you, Dave, for that comment. That I've noticed over the years that sometimes churches are really focused on their local community, almost with an attitude of, when we reach everyone here near us, then we'll think about the world. Or others skip over their local community and just focus on the world and feel like, okay, I've done my part for the Great Commission. So Dennis talks about one near and one far, and to think about perhaps who will we send to the near and the far, and how do we support and engage them? Obviously, in the far dimension of things, partnership with global partners, et cetera, helps that to be completed. So ever since he said that, when I was a local church pastor in a suburb of Grand Rapids, Michigan, we developed a map of the zip codes of our city, and part of it was their distinctiveness culturally, and others were defined more geographically by distance or history or something. And so we created our own missional map as a local church of the greater Grand Rapids area, about 250,000 people in the town, actually under 200,000 in Grand Rapids, and then about 500,000 in the county. And then as well sought to identify what were the areas of the world that we would most focus on.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. Thanks for that good question, Ken. Shelley Boss, I think you have a question. Do you want to just go ahead and ask the question.
Sure, trying to get my headset
Yeah.
going here.
Okay.
I'm asking, how does the Global Missions Church plant, and who do I connect for that conversation? I have some global partners in about 7 different locations around the world that I've been working with for about 6 to 7 years now, and I feel like it's time for them to be developed in our church.
I'm going to defer to Dave on this one simply because he has been connecting more with James Wynn and others related to mobilization. So, Dave?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question, Shelley, and I'm so glad that you're already doing some great work to connect with people and partner with people globally. That's something that all of us, I hope can be doing so that we have that, here, near, far, no matter how hard. So it sounds like you already have some relationships in Shelley that you would like to cultivate and ensure, that they multiply and so forth. There is a process, and I think it might actually be helpful if I share my screen. Actually, I don't think I'll be able to do that. So I don't know if Dave Higgle, if you can go to globalpartnersonline.org, or any of you could do that. And
I got you, David. I'm sorry.
Somebody's got it. Okay, I think Matt's got it
now.
Oh, I'm able to do it?
Well, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm sharing my screen. That's perfect. Okay, so if you go to this website, you'll see globalpartnersonline.org. I'll also pop that into the chat so that everybody sees it. But this is a wonderful place to go, Shelley, and anybody else related to global. And there's several different things here. There's obviously supporting a missionary, which is a great thing to do. But what you're talking about, Shelley, is this coaching for churches. And you'll see here, if you end up going to this page, they have a thing called missional coaching. And basically, they come in and help your church strategize how to use the existing partnerships you have in your church and to develop more of a strategy that's kind of here, near, and far that relates to those churches and so forth, and helping them get to the place where they're also multiplying. And so you can see this is the whole process that you actually go through in order to kind of get a sense of what is your church's kind of strategy related to it. I should, while I'm at this, Shelley, go beyond and say, for those that are actually looking to, like if you have people to send, this spot, Become a Missionary, is a place to go to look at opportunities to serve. And there's a couple cool things. One, you can just sort of say, here's what I'd like to do. Or what I love is you can actually go in here and say, you mentioned church planting, Shelley. You can click this, and there are actual places that have already been identified. In this case, let's say you could go to the Charis people. The reason it would be called a Charis people is that that's a secure location, so we can't share where it actually is. Mm-hmm. And you can actually click this, and there's an actual job description here. It's pretty cool that says, hey, here's how to do this, and then it gives you other opportunities. And you just click this, and you actually get into a whole conversation with somebody to say, this is what I'd like to do. So all the way from your original question, Shelley, which is more like, how do we be more strategic and plant churches, all the way to send somebody. Shelley, does that kind of get at your question enough?
No, I think that I didn't word my question as specifically as I meant it. I think I meant, how do I take what's already multiplying, what's already growing at a quick rate, disciples are making disciples, and plug them in to the authority and covering of the Wesleyan Church? I think that's
if that was as simple as it is to just sort of say, I want to build a relationship between two people, then I think you can still go to that same website and contact them. So there's a contact page. If you just click About Us and then Contact, you're actually going to have several different ways, or you can just email info@gponline.org. I'll also put that email in the thing. But I think it's good to have a relationship with somebody in the Global Partners office. I'm glad you're looking to do that, Shelley. That could be a good thing, because there are people out there doing stuff and they might just want a broader relationship.
Right. It's great.
Great. Do we have other questions?
Good. Other questions for Dave or for Wayne, it's a big chance. Dave, did you share it? I had to step out for a minute a little while ago. Did you share it all about like Immigration Connection, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Because we do have pastors that are brand new to the church, and I think that's an awesome thing for them to be aware of.
Yeah. So, I mean, we in the Wesleyan Church, I think you'll find we have just dozens and dozens of ministries and different things that are going on. One of the ones that's been a really cool journey is a bunch of Wesleyan churches that were already working in and among and led by immigrants got together 7 years ago and said, hey, we would like to do something more intentionally with people who are immigrants in North America. And so they birthed something called Immigrant Connection. I was a part of that there at the beginning and kind of founded that. And then pretty quickly it got out of my depth. And so I kind of recruited several other people to take the lead and really work with that. Johanna Rue, who's on this call right now, was actually a part of the very earliest team. She was in charge of a whole third of what we were doing. And Jim Wood was also key for that out in Kansas. And then a guy named Zach Zamara actually ended up just stepping up. We all experienced his great leadership early. His was the church that ended up getting approved the first to be able to do the work they do. And so you can find out more about that by going to icwelcome.org. ICWelcome. I'm going to type it in here in the chat. icwelcome.org. And one of the cool things is that over the years, that's enabled local Wesleyan churches to serve immigrants in their community with legal services, which is whenever you talk with immigrants and you ask them, what are the great needs that you have or immigrants that you know have? And they'll list a lot of different things, but almost all immigrants will say, boy, legal challenges are a huge deal. And there is a very specific pathway in the U.S. government that enables a nonprofit like a church to serve immigrants in a way that is under the authority of the government of the United States government, and so the Department of Justice actually is the one that accredits these places, and so we work through that process and enabled it's kind of one of the only ways in which the U.S. government sends people to Wesleyan churches, because if they need help with immigration issues and their legal issues, they will actually send them and say, hey, this church will help you. And we help them. So we've been able to help thousands and thousands of people that way in the last 7 years. And now Immigrant Connection is serving an even broader group of people. So that's a good way to learn more about that. It's kind of a cool ministry. And I would just say in general, if you have something you're doing that seems unique or even a little weird in your community, Wesleyans love weird stuff. Like we want to see a bunch of cool and different weird stuff happen. And if I were to tell you 10 years ago, we're going to start like legal clinics in churches to help immigrants. Even now, some of you may think that sounds crazy, but then that would have sounded just totally crazy. There was nobody doing that. And we've been able to do it and be super successful. And just recently, the Tyson Foods, a lot of you get Tyson chicken or beef, your local, they actually were so impressed with the work of Immigrant Connection. They nominated us along with 4 other very well-known organizations for a grant. So it was an honor to be nominated for possibly being one of 5 people to get it. But then their employees voted on who would get the grant. And because their employees knew we've helped so many of them and their friends, they voted for us to get that grant of $1 million. So this Wesleyan ministry got $1 million from a completely secular company in order to help people in communities. So this is a big deal that can happen. And so if you have some other dream, something you do, I know there's one woman here in Indiana who's doing work in prisons right now. She started that out of thin blue air. She's working with men, which from the beginning, it sounded like, well, why would a woman go in and work with men in the prisons? And it was like, well, because men weren't showing up to do it. So she just did it. Well, you know what? 10 years from now, we may be telling a story about her ministry. So I would say, don't give up on your dream. Start it, build it, and you never know. You might get $1 million check in the mail 10 years later. I'm not promising that. I'm probably not giving you $1 million, but
That's great. Oh, that's
other
awesome,
questions
Dave.
before
Other
or
questions,
Dave?
please. Yes. Any other thoughts? Or okay, Chad, if you're there, I would love to hear you directly. That's a good long question, but feel free to ask that question. I was going to say, feel free to ask questions about any aspect of our church, the direction of our church, emphasis, anything while we've got Wayne and Dave here. Okay.
Yes, hear me?
Thank you, Chad. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just wondering, just something that's been brought up recently that our church over the last couple of months. I understand the leadership, the not drinking, not smoking. I get that and I understand it and I agree with it. But I also see people that come to me talk about how they think that might take down walls in between people who are in that situation, while they'd be more at ease with the pastor. Like a lot of the parties are not even parties, but get-togethers where like me and my wife would have a chance to go and talk with people. We don't get invited because they think they can't drink, so they don't come here. And even if we didn't drink, I don't know. It's just something that's been going around the church recently.
I'll take that one, Chad. Thank you for the question. There is a memorial that has been submitted to the Committee on Memorials related to the use of alcohol among people in leadership positions. Currently, for members, the responsible, moderate use of alcohol is permitted, but in terms of those who are in leadership positions, and particularly, I think your question relates to ordained clergy, there is the expectation of abstinence. And I think those who have authored that aren't necessarily arguing with the wisdom of that position because of the dangers of alcohol. And so even if at some point the Wesleyan Church were to say it is permissible for a pastor to drink alcohol, moderately, responsibly, this certainly would need to be done wisely. And there would certainly be a new set of issues that might emerge that would need to be managed. But I think part of the concern is that the Bible itself had opportunities to specifically prescribe this. For instance, in the pastoral epistles, when Paul was talking about the expectations for elders, etc., it could have spelled out abstaining from alcohol, but it didn't. And so there's a sense in which Scripture permits either a stand for responsible moderation or a stand for abstinence. So I think that's what's behind the memorial, the discussion. It's coming from a respected pastor, and we are grateful that our church is having that discussion, because anytime there's a danger from taking away from Scripture, it undermines the authority, but there can also be a danger in adding to Scripture in a way that also could undermine its authority. We don't know at this point whether it will actually be presented at General Conference and what that process will be, but there are a lot of discussions about it, and that is probably what you've heard about it. I hope that's helpful, Chad.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Chad. Paul Service has a question.
Yep. So I'm one of those guys. I've been an assistant for 29 years. And so we did the changing of the guard. My pastor retired in April in the middle of Corona. And so it's new to me. On that idea of alcohol, do you have the resources? I know Pastor Mark sent this through Tony Casey. have the membership resources been updated to reflect the changes in alcohol? The reason I ask is whatever resource Pastor Mark had that was given to the members still had abstain from alcohol. So we had a couple that would not join. And the sad part is the husband died of cancer like 3 or 4 weeks ago, not a member of our church. She just said to me over and over again, she said, we are German, we're from up north, we drink wine, and he makes wine. And it was just sad to me that we couldn't get them in. And in my mind, if I were pastor, I would have just used whiteout and whited out that line and reprinted it, because I know what the stand is. I know we've changed that. You can be a local member, and that part of drinking is not an issue. So my question is, when we make changes like that, we have to have the right stuff from headquarters to present to the people. So I don't know if that's all been changed or not, or it'll all get changed again next year.
I can just briefly answer that all of everything was changed back in 2016 and 17 after that general conference to align with it. So the materials you're talking about were from before that. So I know that was one of the priorities coming right out of general conference. To be honest, there was some advanced work done before general conference just to say, like, we think this might go through, and so what are we going to have to do? And then as soon as it was voted through, that was. So apologize that there was some old material being used.
So is there an updated manual, like the manual that comes on membership?
Yep.
So we need to get the new version, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Paul, for that good question. Also, Dave was referring to Bernie Haddad earlier, the prison ministry. She's a pastor here in the Indianapolis area, and I think Matt TG was good enough to find her contact information, I think, and posted it there in the chat. I think Jordan Grims was looking for that. So again, that's one of the things we want to do here today, is to answer these questions, help you make connections like that, and maybe even with one another here today, if we can figure out a way to do that.
I'm Dave, I'm just such a raving fan of Pastor Bernie. Because her approach has been to not only disciple these prisoners, but to raise them up to actually then disciple others and to plant churches under their leadership in prison. Yeah. So she has a church network spreading through prisons, through prisoner leadership, because they've made disciples and multiplied churches. So when I think of her, I just think not only is her own personal ministry in prison amazing, but she's living out Ephesians 4, where it talks about these roles are to equip believers to do the work of the ministry. It's happening. So celebrate her. And I think that could be done in so many contexts. So may her number increase.
Yes. Amen. Good. Thank you, Wayne. Any other questions? Jordan Grims? Go ahead.
Yeah. I just had a question because I'm new to the Wesleyan denomination.
Where are you from, Jordan? Sorry, just maybe your church and where are you from?
Yeah, I'm originally from Oregon, but I am now a pastor in Colby, Kansas, at Colby Wesleyan Church.
Good.
And that's as of June 1st.
Oh man, that's great. Well, welcome. We're really glad to see you, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the questions that I get, besides the alcohol stuff, which I have the new stuff, so that's not really, I'm not worried about that. But another question I get is on a theological question, and that has to do with the continued use of the term entire sanctification. And I was just curious what your thoughts are. I've been talking to Nate Rovenstein quite a bit about it. And a lot of people in my church have asked me why we continue to use the term entire sanctification when kind of the definition theologically has changed, and the sticking word entire has been difficult for some people? And are we keeping it because it is a historical term to the Wesleyan denomination, or what is kind of the reason behind that? Because I've had a lot of questions about that term.
Good question. Thank you.
You are putting your finger on an issue that's really being wrestled with. And it goes back to, our namesake, John Wesley, would talk about perfect love and that idea of perfect love. And that idea of perfection then gets interpreted through our current cultural lenses as perfectionism. I think in the same way, entire, which in our language would be pervasive or complete surrender, or loving God with our whole heart, soul, mind, and strength. So the language, for some people, entire still communicates what's meaningful and what's personal to them. For other people, we almost need a thesaurus of common terms that other people would relate to. And I'm thankful that pastors, perhaps even like yourself, have found ways that to describe that same concept of God wants to fill every part of your life. The Holy Spirit wants to permeate how you think and how you feel and how you choose and so on. And in your context in Colby, you probably have the best idea of how to describe that to who's into your audience, and maybe then follow the example of Jesus to that. If you happen to be an area that's largely agricultural, maybe there's even agricultural examples of how to describe that, or whatever the case might be. So because the word is still meaningful to people, there has been some resistance to changing it, but there's a lot of literature that's developed around it, that's developed options. And that's also part of what we're trying to communicate with discipleship, because even Wesley would say it's not only individual holiness, but it's social holiness or relational holiness. So how do we describe it today in a way that fully attends what was meant by that? So a little bit of a long answer, but I wanted to give that qualification because sometimes people say, well, it says entire sanctification. That's the only way I can talk about it. But no, entire sanctification means thoroughly surrendered. It means he entirely is welcomed into all of who you are in every area. Those kind of adaptations need to be made. So.
Yeah, and Nate's done a great job explaining that. I really appreciate Nate. And but yeah, I was just curious on just as somebody that doesn't have the same, like, obviously like connection to that word, and is like kind of a theology nerd myself. I'm like, well, it's just a word, let's change it. But I know, coming from the Quaker denomination at a point myself, there are some things that are important to the Quaker church, is tradition, that they don't want to let go of. And I was just kind of curious about some of that history and thought.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is at some point another word more current, and then it somehow references the connection to the preceding word entire. But I don't know of any active work being done on that currently to make that official doctrinal change, or in the statement, the wording change.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan, for your good question. We got another question from Brandon Shupp.
Yeah, Brandon Shoup, actually.
Shoup, yes. Thank you.
That's all right.
Where are you from?
I am in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and we are planting Story Church here in Colorado Springs. We launch in January. And I don't really have a question so much as I do a comment, sort of aligning with a lot of things that, Dr. Wayne and David, you were saying earlier about, some of the innovative things that the Wesleyan Church has done over the years. And I just want to say, from my vantage point, I'm also fairly new to the Wesleyan Church. I've only been part of it for the last 4 years or so, and walking through the ordination track and all of those things. And my personal experience, particularly with this church plant and the partnership that we've created with sort of a cohort with the ARC, the Association of Related Church, for church planting, I just want to say thank you for your willingness to be innovative and to look to other sources outside of the Wesleyan Church that maybe are doing things wisely and well. And we are benefiting greatly from that, and from the willingness to say, hey, here's a guy who is not from our tradition originally, but maybe there's some value in this, and maybe there's some value in being able to partner with other organizations and denominations. And obviously the ARC is not a denomination, but we just want to say thank you is really the bottom line. We're so grateful for the investment that you've made in us and into Story Church, and ultimately into who we believe we're going to reach of the people of Colorado Springs. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
That makes our day, Brandon. And ARC is a very significant partner in terms of their specialty, as you know, is launching larger and so on. And we are very connected with them. One of the things that really fosters that creativity is we have a statement, movement over model. So it's not just one model, and we say, this is what church planning looks like. It looks like prisons. It looks like microchurch. It looks like launch large. And ARC has been our best partner in that. I hope that you're aware of how we're fully trying to partner with them, because there are some great resources that are becoming available as a result.
Yeah, we're
of that.
We're right in the middle of that, and again, very, very grateful. So thank you.
Super.
Great, thank you so much. I just want to say, as we come toward the close of our time with Wayne and Dave, we did send everyone in the box, or maybe through your email, I think, a link to a YouTube presentation by Dr. Bud Bentz that gives. Last year, he spoke here when we were able to meet live. He talks about the whole history of the Wesleyan Church. Gives a very engaging. Most of you may not know Bud, but an extremely engaging speaker and theologian who puts a lot of this that we're even talking about today. It'll give you context, really good context for who the Wesleyan Church is today, and maybe why we even look the way we do today. So I would encourage you to check out that YouTube that we sent you. I think Kim Kraft put it in the chat box, the link to that YouTube. So you can get that here, maybe, and save that link even here today. So check that out. I just want to, as we close, Dave, Wayne, I want to thank you so much. I know it's been a really busy day for you, and yet you're here. Is there anything else you want to say in closing? Any other closing thoughts? Just want to make sure we've covered everything.
Just an observation that's kind of fresh out of a prayer time yesterday. Most of the challenges our churches are facing right now relate to gathering. How do we gather? Do we wear masks, etc.? And it seems like a lot of the opportunities are in support of sending, how they're being distributed through technology, how they're through webs of relationships. So as I thought and prayed about that, I thought the church is both. It's both gathering and going. But I wonder if we're in a season where we can make the most of the going. And then that may even change what the gathering looks like someday. But I love discerning what we might view as challenges in the broader culture as really fresh opportunities to express the church in ways that keep in appropriate tension the gathering and the going. Just a thought that kind of rose out of my prayer time. I thought if the opportunity came to share it with this great group, I'd do it. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been a blessing.
Thank you so much, Wayne. Really appreciate it. And thank you too, David, for being here. And feel free to send an email if you guys have follow-up questions. I'm sure they'd be really glad to because we're all about you as the pastor. That's why we're here. So thank you so much. Thank you. Do we need to take a 2-minute stretch break or something? We didn't build in a break time. I don't want to lose anybody. but maybe can we just do that like literally 2 minutes? Okay, we're going to be starting back up now. Hopefully you've had a little bit of a refreshment break, as they say. I just want to say, too, as we're gathering back in, we did send boxes out to everyone who had registered, in advance. And if you registered just in the last few days, last week or whatever, we'll be sending out a box to you with some gifts in it. So, and we're not sure if the ones made it to Canada in time. I have family in Canada, and whenever we send things across the border, either direction, sometimes it goes real quick and sometimes it can take weeks. So it's a little bit unpredictable, I guess. So hopefully you got your boxes. Yes, someone said the popcorn was yummy. So that's good. Thank you for that. All right, as we gather back in again, it's my privilege to introduce to you our General Treasurer, our CFO, Kevin Batman. And Kevin will be sharing with us a lot of very practical things that will be very helpful to you, especially if you're new to the church. This will be very helpful. That's all I really need to say. Kevin is has been around quite a long time. He's not only just a genius CFO and finance kind of guy, but he has. He's not your typical CFO. Let's just put it that way. It's so much fun, I think, to be around. He's the preacher's kid himself. He understands pastors. He understands what it's like to have grown up in a parsonage, to have moved around. And so he brings all of that to his ministry as the CFO of the Wesleyan Church, and has done a remarkable job of resourcing pastors when it comes to a lot of the financial issues and other, maybe sometimes even, I want to say legal issues. But I'll let Kevin explain it. That's why he's here. So I know you'll want to ask him some questions as well. We've given him about a half an hour to work with. So anyway, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Kevin Batman, our General Treasurer. Hello, Kevin. There he is.
Hello. Oops, I'm still muted. Am I muted?
We can hear you.
All right. Well, good. Well, it's really good to be here today to talk with you, and it kind of breaks up what I've been working on. While I was listening in earlier, I was going through my annual task of going through unitrusts and doing net present value calculation. So this is a whole lot more fun than that, unless you're a real math nerd. This morning I woke up and a word popped into my head, and I'm not sure where it came from, and so I looked it up. And if you don't get anything else out of anything that I say today, this is for you. I know we have some Canadians on the line, and I operate in a U.S. tax and law kind of situation. And so there'll be some things for the Canadians, but you know what? If you really want something or other, take this word, transmogrify. So I looked it up, and it kind of surprised me. It means, and you may know it, I thought it was a theological phrase, and I guess in some respects it might be, but I'm not a theologian, I'm an accountant, I'm a CPA. It means to transform in a surprising or magical way. So transmogrify, TRANSMOGRFY, transmogrify. So I'm responsible, and I have a wonderful team of folks around me as the General Treasurer CFO for the denomination to have the finance, anything related to finance and accounting, that kind of stuff, IT, HR, and the headquarters facility itself. I'm a professional board member, and so I'm involved in all kinds of different things, and every day is a little bit different. I have great leaders that work with me in areas of HR, well-trained, well-seasoned, and IT. We've got a great leader, Esther Lita Griffin, in IT. And on the accounting and finance team, we got a great group there. We started something new in the last year where we're doing shared accounting services, and we're now doing, with a part of a team, actually developed another team, and we're doing the accounting for 7 districts and 7 other different church entities. And so we're expanding beyond just doing the accounting for the headquarters and for everything that happens in terms of global partners and missions and so forth. So I have a wonderful opportunity to do all kinds of things, and every day is different. But the thing I like the most is to talk to pastors and to answer questions and help them. I mean, I tell our team, it's a wonderful thing that we can be part of God's plan to use the vocational skills and interests that we have to serve the Lord. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here today. I want to talk to you about 3 big things, 3 main things, and I may throw some other stuff in there, and I want to make sure there's plenty of time for you to ask questions. It looks like I better get moving here. One of the things I want to talk about is USF, or United Stewardship Fund. That's how, it's church assessments, it's how the machine works. And there are 3 elements to USF as in the Wesleyan Church and how we fund ourselves, and they all come from the local church. Some like to call it a tax. I don't really like that phrase, but there are some ways that you could perceive it to be that way. And so there's an assessment process where we look back over historical information and gather what kind of funds have come in, and we have kind of a tax code, if you would. It's quite complicated right now. And we come up with an assessable base. And so basically, if you boil it down to the most simplest form, roughly 10% or 11% of tithes are forwarded on for the district, for the denominational, for the headquarters, and for educational units. And so presently, of that assessable base, 6% comes to headquarters, and 2.75 cents is used to fund the headquarters operation. That pays for people, pens, and pencils, things like this. And then there's another 3.25 that comes in, and those funds are predominantly allocated to our 5 Wesleyan schools, and then 92.5% of those. And then there's a piece that is about 5% of those funds is put out for educational loan grants at Wesleyan schools and seminaries, and for ministerial training, another 2.5% that's held in reserve, and for cooperative things that we do with our educational institutions. The other 4%, or in some cases 5%, is kept by the district, sometimes even 5.5% or more, even more, is kept by the district for their operations. So funds come from the local church to the district, and the district keeps their piece and sends the rest of it on to us, and we allocate it as according to what I've just laid out. And we're going through a series of changes with that'll be hopefully approved once we have general conference. If we had it this in June, we would already had some changes that would have been considered, and if approved, would have changed the way we calculate that, would have lowered the 6% to 5% that comes to headquarters, and is split up between the headquarters operation and educational units. And we would have changed the base. What we're trying to do is trying to get that accessible base that churches pay from down to 10%. In some cases it's higher, but there's been a lot of progress made, and that's really been a strategic effort over time to get that rate lowered so that it's just 10%. And one of the other changes that would be enacted if it goes through next summer at General Conference would be the way we calculate it. We're going to simplify it, and it will be pretty much based on tithes and offerings with just 1 or 2 adjustments. And there were some comments on Wesleyan pastors just the other day. I didn't weigh into the middle of it. I could have, but I'm neck deep in an audit, and I'm trying to keep myself focused. So, but our base is going to change the way we calculate it. It'll be based just on unrestricted tithes and offerings that would be accessible. That's not the way it is currently. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but we're going to simplify it if everybody will, if the delegates will approve it. That's and I'd be happy to entertain some questions in that. The other one I want to talk about just for a moment is clergy housing. And in the Wesleyan context, if you're appointed by a district is really clear, whether you're ordained or whether you're credentialed, whether you're appointed by the district and recognized by the district, then you can qualify for clergy housing, which is a tax preference for U.S. ministers. And it's one that you ought to take advantage of. You may live in a parsonage or a church-provided housing. That's a little bit different, but the housing allowance still is reflected there. And you don't pay taxes on the housing allowance itself, the amount that you don't pay income taxes, I should say, on the amount of money that's used to provide housing. You do have to pay self-employment taxes, which are Social Security taxes, on those dollar amounts. But it's because there's this special tax preference that is for ministers, and the only other group in the United States that has the same kind of thing is those who are in the military. They can have a portion of their salaries is set aside for a housing allowance when you're in the military. But it's a special tax preference for ministers, and it's been withheld. It's been challenged multiple times, but it's been upheld, and it looks pretty good for a while. Long term, I say the culture is working not in our favor to offer that, but it looks pretty good right now. And so there's a chance for a minister to put money into a home and to be able to exclude that from their income taxes. And if you have mortgage interest, you can actually deduct the interest on that. So you have a chance to double dip, if you would. So there's a really special tax preference, and it's a way for ministers to put money aside to invest in a way that's really practical, that's not really available to others. In order to do that, you need to have a housing motion that can be passed by your board before you spend the money. So if you go out there and you spend money before the housing allowance has been approved by the board, you'll lose it. But so you want to make sure you have a good housing motion. There's some resources in the Wesleyan Pension Fund website about clergy housing. And if you Google on clergy housing at Wesleyan.org, you'll find that document. It's updated annually, and it's a great resource that'll talk you through that. But the way the minister housing works is you have an amount declared, but on your taxes. And by the way, I used to do clergy taxes, like Dave said. I grew up in a parsonage. My dad was a pastor and later on a district superintendent, and I felt called to be an accountant because I just love accounting. I also love the church, and I've been blessed to serve the church in a variety of capacities over the year. But for a while, I had a tax practice on the side where I specialized in clergy taxes until God gave me deliverance from that. And so I still kind of keep up with it, but I don't do clergy tax returns. I don't have time for that anymore. But when you do your taxes, or when someone does taxes for you, and it's important that you have somebody who really understands clergy taxation because it's really quite unique. A minister is required to justify that they've used the clergy housing allowance. So the amount that you can exclude from your income is the lower of three numbers. And those numbers are what you actually spend, what you declare through a housing motion by your local church board. And I favor a motion that is approved by the board and left intact until it's updated. Some like to have it updated every year. We use a process here where we have it updated, or we have it approved until it's changed. And I prefer that method because sometimes these kinds of things slip through in a local board and they forget to do it. If you have a motion that's worded, they will remain in effect until it's changed. I like that kind of an approach, and it'll satisfy the IRS. So the lesser of what you actually spend, a housing motion, or what's fair and reasonable. And there's some technical language there. You can't get crazy on this, but you really have to figure out what the fair market value is of the home and the appurtenances, which means outbuildings, and the utilities, to come up with a reasonableness. And when I did clergy taxes, I would go through a calculation with my clients to figure out what that number ought to be. And that was the third number. So it's like a three-legged stool, and you don't want to leave money on the table. So you want to make sure you declare high enough, but you don't want to spend more than what you can actually use. Maybe you do, but you can't take it. So you've got to keep yourself moderated there and act in good faith and be good and ethical about what you're doing. So The clergy housing allowance, that is something that's really a great tax preference for ministers and ought to be cared for. Another thing while we're at this point, just real quick in taxes, the tax code changed in the end of 2018 through 2019, 2020. You used to be able to deduct business expense off of your Schedule A. You still can if you're a clergy and you have some honorarium kinds of income for funerals and weddings. You can deduct some of your expenses there. But if you're a staff person and you don't do funerals and you don't do weddings, you can't deduct expenses like unreimbursed mileage. And so I always recommend that when compensation packages are put together, that a minister's compensation package relates to his compensation, not to the unreimbursed business expenses. Those are expenses of the church. They don't have anything to do with your compensation, and they ought to be accounted for in the budget process otherwise. As a layman, I'm a layman. If I were in business and when I was in business, my employer reimbursed me for mileage, but they never ever talked about it being part of my compensation package. It's just wrong, and I don't think churches should go there. And it takes a little bit of education, and I'd be always happy to talk to anybody about that. Because the clergy compensation packages should just be really set up to take care of what a pastor needs to care for their family. It's not about all of the other business expenses. So with this tax code change, you can't deduct those expenses. So you need to get reimbursed for them. And in order to get reimbursed, you need to make sure you have proper documentation. If you don't have proper documentation and you are audited, the IRS could go in and say, show me the documentation for this payment that you got for the church, this $1,000 payment. If there's no documentation that can be provided that the church has, there's no documentation, they're going to recharacterize it as income. And so it's taxable income from an federal income tax purpose and state income taxes, but also self-employment tax. So you're talking, if you don't do the documentation and you get caught, you could have a 30% haircut. So you want to make sure that you have proper documentation. And proper documentation means that it says the who, what, when, where, and why. Most of that's already provided on receipts. So get the receipts. What's really most important is to document the business purpose. And you don't have to write a paragraph. You can write 2 or 3 words. So if you're counseling somebody and you don't want to identify who that person is, you might list there on the receipt pastoral counseling, and you don't have to fill out a paragraph. I mean, it is good to put down who's there, but you can put pastoral counseling. You don't have to put down their whole story about, I don't know what, but you don't have to. You can be very brief in it. So all you need to do is have something or other that is clearly established the business purpose of why you spent that money, and if it's there, then the IRS can't argue with you. But if it's not there, they're going to recharacterize it as taxable income. You probably won't get caught, but if you do, you're going to pay for it. And even if you don't get caught, we want to be ethical folks that do what's right and live by a higher standard than what the world might live by. We're called to that as ministers, as believers, to live without reproach. So, man, I got a couple things in really quick. I could talk about tax exemption, and I'd happy if there's anybody who has questions. I've been getting questions recently about what happens if the church rents out our facility to somebody. Is it going to have a tax consequence? Are we going to lose our tax exempt status? Well, you might have to pay property taxes, but you're not going to lose tax exempt status. So anyway, I want to preserve some time. I'm kind of running low. And if anybody wants to ask me a UBIT question, or a question about that, I'll entertain it at that point. But Dave, let's have some fun.
Let's have some questions. First of all, I do see one from Mindy Gonzalez that she put in the chat there about, Mindy, do you want to ask your question directly? You can explain your situation?
Sure, I could do that.
Okay, thank you. Great. And where are you from? Tell us.
Hi, I'm Mindy Gonzalez. I'm in Burlington, Wisconsin. And I was recently ordained in the Wesleyan Church. I served in the Church of the Nazarene for some time before transferring over.
Great.
And before I received housing allowance when I was on staff and as a pastor, lead pastor, and but I was receiving an income as well from the church. So my question is, can I receive a housing allowance if I don't receive an income from the church, but I file taxes jointly with my husband?
Yeah, you can have a zero. I mean, one thing in tax reporting, these things need to be reported on a W-2, except in the situation where you have no income.
Okay.
All right. So it's possible that you could have no federal income tax, federal taxable income, and you don't need a W-2. You still need to be able to have some way to identify the value of the parsonage that you live in or the cash compensation. You need some documentation. And by the way, it's the minister's responsibility to make sure that if they live in a parsonage to value that. Sometimes churches put that on the W-2 as information or do it separately in a letter. And when I was a church treasurer, I did it both. I put it on in box 14 and I listed it separately. But you're responsible to report that on your taxes, and the church isn't. But anyway, it is possible for you to have no cash compensation on a W-2 and still have a clergy housing allowance. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, even if it's not.
Right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You need to make sure it's reasonable, right?
Right.
You don't need a $20,000 a month clergy housing allowance.
Yeah.
Not in Burlington, Wisconsin.
If it's if we're in our own home, we own our home, it's not a parsonage, that would still apply then, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
That'll work out really nicely for you.
Yeah.
While we're at this point, one other piece of advice I love to give to churches is if there's anything that I could do for a church treasurer, it would be to have them outsource their payroll. There are some outsourced payroll service providers that understand clergy tax, and they can lift the burden off a church treasurer. It's a repetitive process. It can be done really cheaply once it's set up and run almost on autopilot. And so you can retain a good treasurer, because if a treasurer really understands all that they're responsible for, outsourcing the payroll to a qualified outsourced service provider can lighten their load immensely. I started out doing payroll.
I think
so
you
there's
said
two names I would give you. One is called StewardshipPayroll.com, and the other one is Ministry Works. Ministry Works is part of Brotherhood Mutual Insurance Company. Both of these are Christian firms that are cater exclusively to ministries, to Christian ministries. They understand ministry taxes, and they're pretty cheap. They're as cheap as getting a QuickBooks payroll subscription, and you can take the burden off your church treasurer. They'll do everything electronically. There's no more trying to meet up with a church treasurer to get your paycheck. Everything can be done electronically and set up. They'll take care of all the tax reporting. They'll do everything except pay your pension payment.
Okay. And we put those in the chat. You can check out those websites in the chat. And I think from what Kevin said, these are much more affordable than what even small churches might think, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. So check that out. It could be a real practical help to you.
Yeah, depending on how frequently they are paid. I mean, they can be as cheap, if not cheaper, than a QuickBooks subscription, QuickBooks payroll subscription.
Great. We just got a couple of minutes left. Tim Engelsman has a question for us. Tim, tell us. It's nice to see you again, Tim. I'm glad you're here. I guess it's not deer hunting season yet because you're here with us instead of out in the woods somewhere.
Oh no, it is deer hunting season.
Oh, it is?
It is. So thank you for this wonderful afternoon. Anyway, no, all seriousness, joy to be here. Tim Engelsman, Seneca, South Carolina. Just kind of moved down here from Michigan, and really great to be in this position. My question would be, we have some staff members that are not ordained in the Wesleyan Church. Can they, if we as a board establish a housing allowance for them that's reasonable, can they take advantage of that?
They need to be in the Wesleyan Church context, the way everything works. They really ought to be recognized by the district board, by the DBA. So if they're appointed by the district, then you've got the credentialing in place to do it.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there another question? We got time for one or two more questions for Kevin. Jordan?
Yeah. I know this might not be an exact. Oh, sorry. There's a combine going by. I'm out in the rural community. Not exact financial question, but what about health insurance? So, like, I came from a lot bigger church that was able to buy a.
We're having difficulty with the transmission there. Kevin, I don't know if that was enough to go on for you for health insurance for pastors. Or Jordan, you could type your question in the chat.
Insurance. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Try it again.
All right. Okay. Can you hear me better?
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
Maybe.
We got about 2 minutes.
Okay. So when I was in a bigger church, they had health insurance so they could buy a big package and then have it for their staff members. And in rural churches, obviously, it's hard doing something like that, having a package because there's only like one pastor or something like that. I know there's pros and cons to it, but do you guys have resources on getting better health insurance for pastors?
Yeah, we've had a relationship with some years with Guidestone, which is a Southern Baptist Convention. It's their Guidestone Financial Services. They will write groups. They'll write group plans. Now, a group is defined as 2 or more, but in the single context, they're not as, and I've not talked to them in a year or two about this. They were entertaining quotes from new ministers, but they weren't taking older ministers. Now, that may have changed, but they're a resource. There's also healthcare sharing plans that are out there. We're working on something or other in cooperation with ENCD and our Wesleyan schools. It won't be available. I mean, we're trying to figure something other out, but it won't be available till 2022. But it might have some. It might be a way to provide health insurance for our pastors and for our churches and our colleges all together. But it's a really complicated area. If you're going to an exchange, those are always possibilities, but they're not always readily available. I love to talk to pastors, and this is one reason why you pay USF. So if you have questions, you can email me, and I generally like to talk on the phone about it because it's easier to get the context and work it through. But if you have a question, send me an email, and we'll set up a time, and you can talk to me about it, and I can help walk through it a little bit more in more detail. We can flesh it out because these things they're complicated.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And by the way, emails here at headquarters are the last name of the person and their first initial. So for Kevin, it would be batmank@wesleyan.org. And I can say this, I know this for a fact, this is a ministry for Kevin. He would love to hear from you. He would love to help you. And I think this is one of the great benefits of being a part of a denomination is this kind of connection and the resourcing that we can help with each other like this. So, and Kevin, one last thing before we go. I just wanted to could you mention just really quick, because I know the next guest is waiting, but just about the recommended for pension for pastors. The recommended percent, because a lot of pastors don't realize that. The recommended
percent is 12%. And one of the benefits of being in a church plan, if you would, is that when you retire, all of those distributions going forward can be used for clergy housing allowance. And then they can be excluded in retirement, which can help you maximize your Social Security earnings and have all kinds of wonderful things. In addition to that, that 12%, if it's paid on a monthly basis, there's a benefit that's a death benefit and a disability benefit, but it's calculated based on 12 months of payment. So they look at your payments to figure out what your disability is. So if you don't make payments and you make one lump sum payment, depends on where the time frame is there, you may be out if you become disabled. So it's wise to make, for your church treasurer, to make those payments on a regular recurring monthly basis, so that if something were to happen, that death benefit could be there for your family, that disability benefit could be there as well. Those are benefits that are purchased through the Wesleyan Pension Fund and available. So make your payments monthly, life insurance, disability insurance, and you get all that clergy housing allowance tax preference when you retire.
Great, thank you. And Kim Kraft just put the website for the Wesleyan Pension in the chat feature if you want to check out that service for you as a pastor. Kevin, thank you so much.
Sure.
Really appreciate it. Love you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, Matt K at Wesleyan.org. Matt Hooper, I think you were there. This is just for you. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Told you he's not your regular CFO. We're going to switch here now. Hopefully that's been really good practical help and information for you, and just want to encourage you to follow up with questions for Kevin and anyone else that you've seen here so far today. It's our privilege now to welcome the Global Partners team. And I'm going to, Phil, I see you there on the screen. Phil Gorman, thank you so much for joining us and for representing and introducing other team members of Global Partners today. So I'll just turn it over to you. You can introduce yourself and what you do and to your team, whatever you'd like to share for the next little while.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dave. And it's a privilege to be here. I was hoping that Kevin would stay on a little bit because somebody gave me a little message, wanted to ask how a pastor gets rich doing this business. But I guess that question didn't get asked for Kevin. So, but it is my privilege to be able to be here. I've been able to share in the new pastor orientation the last few years, which has been able to be in person. So this is a little bit different this year, but it's great to be able to see all of you via Zoom here. And some names I recognize, other ones I don't, but how exciting to see our local church pastors and being able to engage in this way, get a snapshot of who all of us are at headquarters and how we resource you and service you. So as was shared, my name's Philip Gorman, and I serve with Global Partners. Just a little bit about myself. So I've been serving in this role with Global Partners for a little over 3 years. And previous to this, pastored in a local Wesleyan church. Before that, my family and I served as missionaries for a couple of years, and then also grew up as a missionary kid with Global Partners. So want to just share some brief moments with you. I know you're about halfway through your Zoom-a-thon here on this call, but just share a little bit about who is Global Partners, what do we do, how does that connect with you all, and how we can resource you and service you and partner with you as you're engaging in Great Commission work. So many of you probably know, but some of you may not, as far as who's Global Partners. So the way that we say it is Global Partners gives global focus to the mission of the Wesleyan Church. And so it's all about the kind of the global side of things. And we do that by amplifying local church mission for global transformation, because we recognize that it's all about the local church. It's all about where you all are. The local church is where it's happening. So we want to amplify local church mission for global transformation. When we're talking about mission, we're talking about the Great Commission, the Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and the ends of the earth. And so we give global focus to the mission of the Wesleyan Church by amplifying that mission for local churches. Now, some of our key priorities deal with resourcing, coaching, partnering, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on. We're going to have some chances. There's going to be a couple of videos that we're going to be able to share in where you're going to get to meet a couple of our other team members as well to hear further about what Global Partners is doing around the world. But in resourcing, coaching, and partnering, some key things that we do is we send missionaries. We send missionaries all over the world. Currently, we have about 150 missionaries serving in around 30 countries around the world. But another piece that we do is we facilitate the development of churches, and we give support to the broader global Wesleyan Church. So even though we have missionaries in about 30 countries around the world, the Wesleyan Church, the global Wesleyan Church, actually has a presence in over 100 countries around the world, which is just really cool to think about when we think about our Wesleyan Church movement and what we're a part of globally as far as the broader global Wesleyan Church. We're all over the world and over 100 countries. And so Global Partners plays a role in facilitating the development of churches in many of those countries and giving support to the global Wesleyan Church in many of those countries as well. And so as we go along here, I do want to say on the front end, there's going to be a chance at the end for any questions that maybe we could help answer. So if you have questions, please write those down as it relates to Global Partners and missions and the role we can play in resourcing or partnering with you and services that we have, where in the world we might be. And just so write those down. So we're going to have a chance to be able to address those along the way as we go. But I want to kick it over to a video that Dr. Dennis Jackson, who's the executive director for Global Partners, wasn't able to be here, but he created a video for this time for you all that he wanted to share with you. And so if we could transition it over there to Dennis Jackson.
Hi, I'm Dennis Jackson. I have the privilege of giving global focus to the mission of the Wesleyan Church literally around the world. I'm so delighted that we get to have this time together. I so wish we could be in person. We're not, but it's just good to be together. And I just remember when I was a new pastor, and I wish there would have been an orientation back then because I needed it. But what a joy to know that you're launched in a ministry. Before I took on this role, I was actually a pastor for 29 years in the Wesleyan Church, and so many great memories and so many stretches, so many growth points, so many times of just being delighted to be called and entering into that ministry and the years of service that we had. And then since this call in my own life that it was time to let go of that to go and serve overseas. So I went to Europe for 3 years as the European area director and then was elected into this role. I pinch myself still every day and can't believe that I get to do what I get to do, to see what I get to see and to experience the church around the world growing in so many ways, amazing ways. You know, the mission of Global Partners is amplifying local church mission for global transformation. Part of that is just driven by my own experience. The ministry happens in the local church. That's where people get saved. That's where people grow. That's where disciples make disciples and churches multiply. And that's true all around the world. And we don't have a mission. You have a mission that we get to service, that we get to be engaged in, because it happens always, everywhere in the local church setting. And so it's just a joy to be able to partner together. In fact, that's what we call ourselves, Global Partners. And I want to just encourage you to be part of the home team. You know, we are the Wesleyan Church around the world. We have the privilege of extending this church throughout the world. We don't just do good things, we do good things. We don't just serve people, we serve people. But we plant churches. In fact, last year we planted 276 churches around the world. And that was mostly churches that have been raised up that are now multiplying themselves. And again, we get to be a part of that. We get to be a part of that by sending missionaries. And I want to encourage you, have an eye to see the people that you sense God's working in their lives and call it out in their lives. So many times I've been around people who tell me, oh, I think so-and-so is called to missions. That young man, they could be a missionary one day. That young girl, that person who's in a midlife kind of journey right now, I think they should serve in missions. I want to encourage you to see that in their lives, but also to call it out in their lives. And we'd love to help you service that. In fact, that's the thing we do all around the world. We call out, we say, I see in you that you could be a missionary. I remember as a pastor raising up leaders, and boy, sometimes it was hard, like, man, I should send them somewhere. I hate to lose them. We planted our first church, and I was like, oh, we didn't send bad people to start that church. We sent great people to start that church. Always difficult to let them go, but then delighting in what God did because we sent them, and that's what you get to do. And we need to keep on doing that. 4 in 10 people in this world have no access to the gospel at all. No believer in their community. I think sometimes when we think about that stat, we think of large cities in China or someplace in India where there's teeming millions of people. But I'm thinking of a place in Europe where we just sent missionaries. We're in a community of 65,000. They're the only 2 believers. And they said, we'll go. We'll share Christ. We'll start to make disciples because somebody has to. And I'm asking the North American church, I'm asking you, what are we doing about the 4 in 10? We have resources of finance. We have resources of the Holy Spirit. You have people in your church that might be called to go. And we'd love to be the home team. We'd love to be your team. We are your team in sending people around the world. And so we would encourage you, if there's any way we can serve you, if there's any way we can serve your people and moving that forward, we are the home team. We'd love to be a part of you sending missionaries to different parts of the world, especially to those who are so unreached. Please know that we're praying for you. We're so delighted that you're stepping into this new role. We're so delighted to be part of your team. And any way we can serve you, just call us anytime. Love you and praying for you that God would use you to not only make disciples, but make disciples and make disciples that multiply churches, sending people both right here where you live, the here you're responsible for, but to the near and the far places, no matter how hard. God bless you.
Yeah, and Dennis would have loved to be able to share with you on this call live. But hopefully that helps cast a little bit of a vision of what we're about, what inspires us, what we're motivated by, that we recognize that we're all to be about the mission, to be reaching the here, the near, and the far, no matter how hard. One of my privileges in my role with Global Partners is I serve on the mobilization team with Global Partners. And, basically what that means is I get to play a role in walking alongside people as God might be leading them to serve cross-culturally in missions. Dennis just shared a little bit about how we send missionaries. Well, I get to play a role in helping them get sent as local churches are raising them up and sending them out. Our mobilization vision is we want to be able to inspire a culture of sending and also journeying with people, whether that's individuals or whether that's families, to take steps of obedience in Great Commission work. Because we recognize that the mission's not done. We recognize that God's still calling people. And we recognize that people need to be able to step into opportunities for obedience for Great Commission work and serving cross-culturally in missions. And it is really my privilege to be able to connect with people as God's doing that. We gather every day and we pray the Matthew 9:38 verse. Jesus is talking to his disciples and he says, the harvest is plentiful, the workers are few. Pray to the Lord of the harvest to raise up more workers. And every day we gather And we pray, asking that the Lord of the harvest would be raising up more workers to go, because we know, as Dennis just shared, 4 in 10 people still live without access to the gospel. Meaning there's not enough believers in that community for them to be able to evangelize themselves. And so for them to know about Jesus, there needs to be an outside voice to be able to come and represent and bring the gospel. And so how can we play a role in impacting that 4 in 10? It's by God calling people out, raising people up to send more workers out for the harvest. And so we regularly pray for that. As growing up as a missionary kid, being able to serve as a missionary, and then also being in the local church role, it really is a joy for me when I get to be able to have conversations and phone calls with people, whether it's couples, families, or individuals, as God's leading them, stirring something on their heart to say, I feel like we might need to go, and seeing what that path might look like to serve somewhere around the world. How God has uniquely created them with their gifts, their passions, the calling that they have, and how that fits with what work needs to be done. Whether it's in Europe or Asia Pacific or the Turkic Arabic area, to be raising people up and sending people out. So, sometimes it's connecting with people who are really early on in that journey. It's, they're just kind of wondering and exploring. And I share this because I don't doubt that there either is or will be people in your churches who are going to be in these stages. It's that early on of just wondering, God's stirring something on my heart for missions. What do I do? Like, what's my next step? To working with people who really clearly feel called and led, and they know they have to go. How do they make it happen? And getting to engage with those people to take that next step to see what that might look like. Young people in second career. We have many stories of, people in college, right out of college, who are going and serving. We have others who, people who have been even Wesleyan Church pastors who felt led to make a transition for what's their next contribution. And God led them to serve overseas with Global Partners in one of our works and one of our roles. So older people, younger people, second career people, people serving short term, whether it's 1 or 2 months, to our long-term missionaries that are there for the long haul. They're establishing those long-term relationships for the greater work that's happening in all of those capacities. And so, as Dennis shared in his video, as we're sending people, and as you all are engaging with people in your congregation, being able to see who it is that maybe needs to serve and calling it out in them. We're currently really trying to do a better job of connecting with our Wesleyan churches and asking that simple question, who in your church needs to go? And very often what we find is they have somebody. They have a name who comes to mind of someone that they feel like either needs to go or has come to them and said, I'm interested in missions, or I'm interested in serving. Like, what's the next step? And so that's where we want to be able to play a role for you all as a local church, as you're engaging with people, as you're raising up people, as you're sending people out. How can we partner with you? How can we resource you in order to do that, to create a pathway for sending? We kind of have the experience on the missiology side and the training side for missions, but you all are the local church. We just want to be able to resource you as you're sending them out and be able to partner with you in that. And I love the way Dennis shared it. We'd love to be on your team in this, specifically as you're engaging the far and sending people out. And so that's my little snapshot of mobilization. And I just encourage you, as you're ministering to people and raising people up, and we would love to be able to have those conversations with people in your church and your congregation who have their hearts stirred towards mission and seeing how God might want to work and lead out of that. Now, I shared just a little bit ago about how the Wesleyan Church has a presence in over 100 countries. And I'm going to kick it over to share a little bit about what does that kind of look like for us as a broader global Wesleyan Church movement and what that structure looks like. And he wanted to share a few words with you all as well. So if we could switch over to that.
Hey, my name is Ian Swires. I'm the Director of Operations for Global Partners, and I'm excited to be able to share with you a little bit about our global Wesleyan Church family. Some of you may be aware of this, but some of you may not know that as you're part of the Wesleyan Church, not only are you part of this network of pastors here in North America, but you're part of a wider church movement, a Wesleyan Church movement called the International Conference of the Wesleyan Church. And this is a really cool network of people because it really allows for partnership and interdependence and reciprocal relationships across borders around the world in some pretty amazing ways. In fact, you're seeing this org chart of the International Conference of the Wesleyan Church, and you can see how there's room for multiple seats at the table for nations and areas to rise up as various general conferences around the world to really partner together and be peers in the mission and the Great Commission that we have. In fact, this past year, in spring of 2019, we had our last International Conference of the Wesleyan Church gathering, where some new board members were elected that oversee that International Conference of the Wesleyan Church. But more importantly than that, it was a representation of nations all around the world, which were the Wesleyan Church is in over 100 nations at this point. And so representation from all around the world coming together to say, how can we partner in this mission together? And our theme for that conference was everywhere to everywhere, which the idea means sending from everywhere to everywhere. So it's the idea of how can we get people on mission to make disciples who make disciples and multiply churches all around the world. And what partnerships need to happen, whether regionally or within a country, to go into places that are unreached. And so from that experience really was this new wave and energy around partnering for everywhere to everywhere, to send from everywhere to everywhere. In fact, we have a brief video that we'll show you that's a highlight video from this. And there is a really special moment that you'll see in there is nations all around the world gathering around maps, praying as to where God might be sending them next to take the gospel to reach the unreached. So check out this International Conference of the Wesleyan Church highlight video. And just remember that you're part of something bigger that is really a global Wesleyan Church family.
We see that disciples being sent to preach is an integral part of the plan, as integral as Jesus dying on the cross. That's amazing.
I believe for those of us who are part of the International Church, that God has preserved us and given us something that is amazing. And it is time for us to move from receiving to sending.
We are it. The Wesleyan Church is it. We are the ones that God is counting on to make a difference in the lives of those who are coming after us.
Every person who knows Jesus is part of this kingdom force. There will be no greater joy than being included in what God is up to.
Lord, would you show us where you want us to go from everywhere to everywhere?
Hopefully that paints a little bit of a picture of the broader global Wesleyan Church movement. Now I want to share with you just a little bit more practically of, what does it mean to partner and to resource you all? One Well, I mentioned just briefly earlier in passing, so our priority, if we want to amplify local church mission, which is you guys' reality, for global transformation, we do that by resourcing, coaching, and partnering. And I just want to highlight a few things as it relates to those, to resourcing, coaching, and partnering. So from resourcing, we have all kinds of materials from things like our amplifier, which is like a newsletter that goes out, to we have a internship programs, and this is something that we're really excited about. We actually launched it a little over a year ago. We created an internship program called Next, which is really geared towards kind of that younger contingency, people right out of high school, people in college, people maybe doing a gap year, people just graduating, of exploring how God might work in their lives for them to serve, 2 months to 6 months cross-culturally somewhere. And this plays out really well for those of you who are engaged in college ministry or close to a college campus, of sending people to one of our Next sites and engaging in things like character development, clarity of calling. They're doing it in community and they're learning culture. Whether they serve long-term as a missionary or not, we really believe that any cross-cultural ministry missions opportunity is going to be transformative in someone's life. So how does that opportunity affect their lives? So when they come back and they begin to work in the workforce, or maybe they're in ministry here in the U.S., how does that inform how they're engaging in Great Commission work to also be reaching the far? And I think we actually gave this as one of your resources as Next. It kind of shows a little bit more about Next and where we are. You can find that online. And let me say up front, the Global Partners website, globalpartnersonline.org or gponline.org. You can find pretty much all this information that we're sharing on there. And so if you have interest, you can go online there. Another resource that we gave you, and this really ties in with that sending piece, is a Go Global booklet. And it looks something like this. This is a key resource that we recently created for either pastors or for individuals, that as God might be stirring hearts to go. This really paints a journey really well, from just the listening side of exploring, is God calling me, to clarity of what does it practically look like for the process to actually go. So feel free to take a look at that. If you have anyone in your church or will, that would be a great thing to give to them, for them to be able to engage and start exploring, what does it look like to serve? What's the process? What's the pathway? How do I know? How do I gain clarity and calling as I'm engaging in my local church, connecting with my pastor? And so that's a resource. We also have training videos that you can find online, other resources that you can kind of hear further about, what's the Wesleyan Church doing around the world. We also do coaching. One thing that we offer is missional coaching that's engaging with our local churches. It's kind of a resource that we offer, a free resource we offer to our Wesleyan churches as they're wanting to either start a missions piece or re-envision it or strategize, or maybe clarify what their missions piece looks like, having that coaching opportunity, and then also partnering, like I shared. And some of the ways that plays out is partnering with missionaries, partnering with projects that we have going around the world, partnering with fields or special initiatives that we have. One of my joys, apart from mobilizing new missionaries, is getting to connect the dots of a local church and a missionary and how those two connect regarding reaching the far. Because not everyone's able to go, but we all need to be about it. And having our local churches partnering with our global partners missionaries to be sending them out as part of their own to engage in the ministry where they are around the world. And so we have many missionaries serving in many different places. You can find that online. But if you're just wondering, hey, we're really passionate about this part of the world, or, maybe we're really passionate about Muslim ministry, or, we're really passionate about this type of work, or we're really passionate about work in Europe. contact us. We would love to be able to connect the dots for what's happening in those parts of the world and the missionaries that we have there for what it could look like for partnership. So, whether it's project, we have some Wesleyan churches who are sold out on engaging with a field. They have a burden for a particular field, and they've raised people up out of their congregation to send them to that field as their focus. And so definitely a partnering piece of how can we resource you? How can we partner with you? Again, just as you're sending people, as you're raising people up, to give you resources that are helpful, to give pathways as people need to go, to give content, to connect the dots for where we are in the world. We would love to do that, to starting missions in your church, or refining or strategizing for what that is. We would love to be able to play a role in that. And you can contact us. My email, it was put in the chat at the beginning, phil.gormong@gponline.org. You are welcome to email me. I think I put a little card inside that booklet, should be attached, that has my email address. I would love to have a conversation with you to hear about what you're doing or what you want to do regarding missions and what role we might be able to play in helping you further engage in that particular piece. Some are church plants, and it's launching from day one. Okay, we recognize that we need to be about, the here, near, and far. How can we do this on the front end? To churches who are really established and maybe have been doing missions for a long time, but just wanting to have a voice to bounce ideas off of. In fact, another resource that we're working on is connecting with some of our churches and seeing what resources they're using or creating and pooling those together to be able to offer those to other Wesleyan churches. And so it's not so much Global Partners providing everything, but it's all of our Wesleyan churches collaborating together, providing resources for each other as they're engaging in the Great Commission work. So, we also have mission speakers. If you're looking for a mission speaker, whether it's a missionary or someone else, just many things. That's a quick snapshot of some of the resource coaching partnering that we engage in. So hopefully that helps paint a picture of who we are as Global Partners and our heartbeat of why we do what we do and how that connects with you all. So one final video that I wanted to be able to, I see in the chat here, please repost the email. Yeah, if we could do that, that'd be great. I wanted to share with you one final video, which is just what we called it a thank you video. Because we recognize it's about the local church, and there are so many churches and so many of you all who love the mission and are about the mission, and you have engaged in it, and God is at work in it. And so we just created a little thank you video that we wanted to share at this time. Well, just want to give opportunity in our last few minutes here for any questions that anyone might have regarding some of the things that we've covered regarding global partners. If anyone has any.
Questions for Phil? Global partners, how you can engage with them. Phil, was there anything else in the box that you guys sent that you wanted to draw?
There were some other things actually. Yep. Yeah, so I think we put one of our next cards in there that I had mentioned earlier, as far as younger people connecting with Next. If you have or are thinking of starting a residency program at your church at some point, one thing that we're working on is trying to see what would it look like for a piece of your residency, whether it's a 1-year residency or 2-year residency, for 2 months out of that year to be overseas somewhere where we're partnering with you, and your residents get that global piece, that global experience as part of it. Maybe it's partway through, maybe it's toward the end. And then how does that inform when they come back as they continue to engage and minister in your program? And so that's something we're really excited about for just how God might work in lives through that. Another thing that I think we put in your packets was something called the 5 Phases booklet. And, it wasn't that big, but the 5 phases, and this is something, I could continue to talk about in our last few minutes if people don't have questions, but it really captures the why of what we're doing, what we're working toward as we send out missionaries. Of the 5 phases, and, we're not sending missionaries just for the sake of sending missionaries, but we recognize that people need to hear the gospel, but we want our missionaries to be working toward the reality that, it starts out with that phase 1 of establishing relationships. And this is really the case in a lot of the unreached parts of the world and the unchurched parts of the world. So you're talking about Europe, Asia Pacific, and the Turkey Arabic area. You're not able to go in and do these big evangelistic things. You have to go in and you have to build relationships of trust. But you're building relationships of trust as then you go to phase 2, which is discipling believers. That as people come to know the Lord, you are discipling them along the path. And then from there, phase 3, which is the establishing leaders. You want to be able to raise up national leaders within that group. So it's not just about the missionary always having leadership and the last say, but you want to be raising up leaders so that they can begin to have those leadership roles. And then phase 4, which is the advancing sustainability, because we don't want everything to be dependent upon North America or North American missionaries, but we want to be able to hand off that leadership and that authority to say, this is the church here. You are the leaders. You have authority to do the work, and it's not about us. We want to be able to assist you as it's helpful, but to be able to pass that off to be advancing sustainability so that it's sustainable beyond just having missionaries there. And then ultimately, phase 5, multiplying movements, that it begins to multiply within themselves. And we have some great stories for what that is, which is really exciting. Places that we sent missionaries to a long time ago, where they were in those phase 1, phase 2, now they are doing a multiplying movement. They are training up their own national leaders. They have their own, theological education. They're raising up their own leaders. They're sending out their own to begin to reach out to other countries as well. And that's really a picture of that multiplying movements. And so that's a booklet in there that speaks further about that. But that shows the heartbeat of what we're doing when we're engaging in mission and the different parts of the world and what phase they might be at regarding the work that we're doing, from establishing relationships all the way to multiplying movements. We might have stuck a pen in there as well. So, I'm sure nobody has any free pens anywhere. So enjoy the Global Partners pen.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Phil. Really appreciate it. If there are no other questions at this time, But I know they would love to connect with you at the local church level. It's about partnering together. There's an excited future missionary there, I think, just joined us. So reach out to Phil, and he would love to work with you and his team. It's a great group of people, and having worldwide impact for the gospel.
Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for your attention and for this time. And as Dave shared, yes, we would love to connect with you as it's helpful for you to resource you. So thank you so much. Blessings on you as you continue in your.
Thanks, Phil. Take care. God bless. Everybody need to stretch quick. And we're coming down the home stretch. Take a time to Tim Engelsman, give him a chance to look out his window to see if there are any deer out there. Or partridge. Probably don't call them partridge out there. Maybe you do. Turkey, probably. Probably some turkeys. Hey, our next, we're going to transition to our next division. If you've got hopefully you're getting a sense of the Wesleyan Church. We just heard kind of got a global sense of things through Phil and his team, Dennis Jackson's team, and getting a sense of the structure of the church. So we have education, clergy development, which you've heard from. You just heard from Global Partners, and you heard from the General Superintendent's Office. There's two other divisions that that are gonna share now. The first one is church multiplication and discipleship. That's another division. And church multiplication and discipleship, the executive director is Anita Eastlack, and I don't believe she's able to be with us today. But Rhonda Moore, the executive assistant to Anita, I'm going to introduce her now, ask her to hop on there. She's going to introduce their team and let you know what are all the ministries that they are connected with, because they're very closely connected to the local church congregations. So I know that what they have to share can have direct impact as they work with you and as you can work with them. So Rhonda, if you're there, we'd love to hear from you. Welcome, Rhonda Moore.
Good afternoon.
There she is. Hey, Rhonda.
Yeah, here I am. Did you all get your stretch? I saw you him allowing you to get a little stretch before we went on. It likely has been a longer day for you, but thanks for hanging in there for CMAD to just be able to share with you. First of all, I want to tell you that in the box that you got from ECD, we sent along a discipleship card. And on that discipleship card, it also has a strategic focus, which is really where CMAD, which stands for Church Multiplication and Discipleship, really that's where our focus is. And so the strategic focus is celebrating every time a disciple makes a disciple and a church multiplies itself until the Wesleyan Church has a transforming presence at every zip code. So really that is what our CMAD focus is discipling and multiplying. And so we just want you to know that as a team, we are always want to be available for you. And as a CMAD team, we want to serve you. We want to support you. We love to have your input. We love to have your feedback so that we can be that type of a support that you need, not what we think we might need to give you, but what you need. One of our things that we really remind ourselves a lot, and as a team, we remind each other, is this a view from the pew? Which means, are we doing things that our leaders, our churches are needing so that we can be able to serve you the best that we can. So that is our whole wish. And so I am going to ask Kim Gladden to be the first one to share with you. She is with our Department of Discipleship, and she'll be able to tell you that part of it. So Kim, if you want to just jump on here and be able to share what you have for them.
Hi, it's just good to meet everyone. I'm Kim Gladden, and I serve as the Director of Discipleship. And when you think of discipleship, I know that we're all interested in our discipleship programs and patterns and pathways. And so I want you to think of resources. So I'd just like to mention too, I want you to think of resources. We are here to walk alongside you, to receive ideas also from you. So the first one that I want to point to is that we have a resource center, the printed digital resources, and that is at resources.wesleyan.org, resources.wesleyan.org. And so we have all kinds of things there. The latest thing that we put out was an Advent campaign. And so all of you pastors, I know you're busy, and now it's time to come up with the Advent campaign. We have one already prepared for you. And you can even, if you don't like this year's, The Weary World Rejoices, we have previous years. And I also pastor a church, so I know how helpful it can be when you can go to a spot and there are resources for sermon starters and small groups and discipleship programs. So I want you to visit that site. So those are kind of the captured resources, but we also have people resources. We just started a new initiative in discipleship, and it's called our Discipleship Catalyst. And we know that many people you want to enter discipleship from different angles, from the things that are dear to your heart. And so I just want to mention the 12 discipleship catalysts that we have. And every month there's a conversation that you can be a part of. And you can join that conversation just by going to our website, Wesleyan.org, clicking on discipleship, and then look, church revitalization, African American discipleship, Native American discipleship, Asian discipleship, Hispanic discipleship, multi-ethnic discipleship, social justice, evangelism, emotionally healthy discipleship, compassion ministries, and that would include grief and ministries with people with special needs, discipleship initiatives. That one is every month there's a new training on a new discipleship, either an app or a material or a resource that's available, and Immigrant Connection. And I serve along with my administrative assistant, Stefana Bledsoe. So the main thing is we don't want you to feel that you're out there alone trying to develop your discipleship program. We want to be of help. We want to walk alongside you. And so we have printed resources in our digital resource center, and then we have people resources where you can meet with an affinity group and talk about discipleship from that angle. So that's all I'll say for now, but just know that we're here to resource you, all things discipleship.
Thank you, Kim, so much. And yes, and she really means it. I mean, Kim and Stefana work hard and they love to serve you. And so Ed is our director. Ed Love is the director for multiplication. So Ed, why don't you jump on there and share what you have?
Yeah, hey there, everybody. It's good to be today, and super excited about your role and what you're jumping into as a new pastor. And I think for us, Kim and I, we're kind of consider ourselves two sides of the same coin. I mean, we really do see discipleship leading to multiplication. Like, that's the big idea. And that's part of our strategic focus, as Rhonda mentioned. We celebrate every time a disciple makes a disciple. That's incredible. Those disciples should lead to multiplication, the multiplication effect, both in the multiplying believers, multiplying leaders, and multiplying churches. So my role predominantly ends up dealing with working with church planters and sending churches or multiplying churches. So it's kind of two wings, if you will, serving the church planters, developing all the systems and support and resources for church planters, and then also for those churches that are stepping into the role of becoming a sending church or a multiplying church, and serving them with resources. And that's super exciting to see happen in the Wesleyan Church, where we really believe that church planting and multiplication isn't really, it's not done by me. It's not done by the denomination. It's not done by the district. It is the local church expressing itself in its fullest form. And that is what discipleship leads to. It's multiplying. And it's super exciting to see what's happening in the Wesleyan Church right now. Just constantly new things happening, and it's a lot of fun. So I wanted to, I don't know if I can share my screen or not. Don't know if I can, but I just wanted you to just, no.
I'll get you there, Ed. Hang tight. I'll get you set up to do that.
Just pull up our website if you want to do it from your screen, Matt. On our website which I can just post in the chat room here. If you went to Wesleyan.org / there it is, CMC, you'll see the Church Multiplication Collective. So that's what I oversee as an organization. That's where everything is housed for church planting and multiplying. And so that's something that you can just kind of peruse and check out because there's tons of resources and there's all kinds of things that are needed in the planting process for the church planter and for a multiplying church. And there's all kinds of ways to get connected, to get resourced. One of the things I love doing is we do a multiplication cohort every year. Last year we had 100 Wesleyan leaders go through it. We've taken 150 through in just 3 years. And it's in partnership with Exponential Conference. And so we're really focused on helping churches become multiplying churches. And it's incredible. So those resources are all there, and you can check that out. He's scrolling through. You can see a lot of our new churches that we've planted. There's kind of some access points there, but Exponential Conference, big deal. Would love to invite you to that. It's actually, they had to bump it because of COVID. They had to bump it out to next October. So it's like October 2021. Is kind of the global conference in Orlando. We had like 500 people there last year, which is super exciting. All just people bringing their teams, bringing their future church planners. And it was incredible. God just used that in remarkable ways. And we're super excited about that. Just seeing all the new life that's happening, the new growth that's in the Wesleyan Church. It's a lot of fun. To see all of that happen. So those are just a few things, and I'd love to connect with you if you're really leaning in and wanting to find those resources. Feel free to email me, and we'll connect and help you along on that journey. So glad that you're on the team and moving forward with the mission. That's all I have to share. Go ahead, Rhonda, if you're going to transition us.
Oh, okay. And you notice that Ed said if you want to connect with him and any of the directors that with you, but if you want to connect, you would have received in your package that ECD sent out also a brochure that we have of everyone on our team and their email underneath their pictures. So please feel free at any time to just email them and to make that connection, and they would love to do that with you. So Zach Coffin is our director of Next Gen. And so, Zach, how would you like to jump on here?
Hey, friends. It's good to see everybody. There's so many faces that I recognize. So it's great to see everybody. Yeah, so I'm Zach Coffin. I'm the director of Next Gen. So primarily focused on kids ministry and youth ministry. And one of the things that I love most about the Wesleyan Church is that we truly believe that there's no junior Holy Spirit, and the same Holy Spirit that lives in you and me lives in our young people and in our kids. And so just so grateful to be a part of a movement that not only values adult ministry, but values young people as well. And so just like everybody else has said, we're laser focused on resourcing and connecting and collaborating. And so even an example of that is even during this COVID season, my teammate and I, Kristen, created and curated over 45 COVID specific resources for youth ministries and kids ministries during this season that we created or worked together with a bunch of churches to put together that would be great resource points just to help during this crazy COVID season that's just been super intense. And so a great place to stay in the loop on all those things is actually, we have a Facebook group called, it's if you would search on Facebook for WES Next Gen, so WES Next Gen, that private Facebook comes up. The only reason it's private is just because it keeps spammers out, all that kind of stuff. And so every week we're sharing new resources and free partnerships and things in that group. And what I love about that group and that community and that Facebook group is that there's a huge group that shares resources and asks questions all the time. And so it's just a great touch point for if you are a kids pastor or youth pastor on this call, or you have those that serve in your church or volunteers. We have a ton of volunteers who are in that group as well. It's not just for staff members. That group is a great chance for anyone whose primary focus is kids ministry and youth ministry. And so we'd love to invite you to be a part of that and take advantage of a bunch of those free resources and chances to collaborate and connect. A couple other things just to keep you in the loop on as well is we've got Follow is our big International Wesleyan Youth Convention. We just had back in this December. And so we had over 4,000 students who attended that. And that was just a powerful event to keep your eye out for coming up in the future in 2023. And then we also have an annual Next Gen Leaders Gathering. This year it'll be digital again. And so, yeah, we're just excited to continue to see what God's doing. So any way that I can help you, your church, your volunteers, either through resources or just a simple conversation of going, hey, we're stuck on this, we're not sure what to do, or hey, do you know somebody who is, and whatever that question may be, would love to help however I can. And so again, excited to continue to get to know you guys, and thanks so much for being a part of this day. And so Rhonda, I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Zach. Beautiful. We have the next one is Josemar Trent, and this is just so exciting. She has stepped into a really exciting part, I think, in her life. She's really enjoying this, but she is our multi-ethnic and translation specialist, and she is just running crazy with this. And so, Josemar, why don't you jump in and tell them what you're up to?
Yes. Hi, my name is Josemar Trent. As Rhonda just introduced me, I am the multi-ethnic translation specialist for the Wesleyan Church. Super excited. And so what I do here is I have book cohorts, and then I also just sent you a cultural values debrief. And this is just a new tool that is going to help you kind of understand the cultures that are within you. It's a personal assessment. And this is not something that you have wrong or right. This is it's just your preferences. And so it will be nice for you to check it out. And so that will help you with the things that when you build a team, when you are in your church, when you are doing something within your church, then you will see where you're more bent to have around you with people. So that's in terms of my multi-ethnic specialist side. With my translation side, a lot of the things, most of the things that you see in Spanish coming from CMAD have my hand on it. I'm a translator. I speak English, French, and Spanish, but I'm only using my Spanish for CMAD. I need more polish on my French. I have forgotten that. But yes, a lot of the things that we have been using in Spanish, I have the privilege to translate for our Spanish-speaking churches. And so I would like for you to check out that resource. I'm so glad to see a lot of you that I have recognized from just book cohorts that we've been together or just training. So it's so nice to just be here with you. Take it away, Hannah.
Thanks, Josamar. Beautiful. And the next one is Jody Lewis. And Jody Lewis is with Hephzibah 62.4, and that falls under the umbrella of CMAD. And so, Jody, let's share all that's happening with Hephzibah.
Thanks, Rhonda. Yeah, I'm Jody Lewis, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of Hephzibah 62.4. We're actually a bit of an anomaly in the CMAD department in that they've unofficially adopted me into the department. I'm very blessed to be able to work alongside all of them in my role. I have been the director for about a year and a half now, and we're rebuilding an organization that was fully revisioned around 2 years ago, that went from a children's home in Macon, Georgia, that some of you may have been familiar with, to now we are totally decentralized and equipping and mobilizing local Wesleyan churches all over North America to transform the lives of vulnerable children. So we help churches, we resource churches in a lot of different ways, and probably the best way to connect with us is through a coaching call, so that we can decide, what resources are the most appropriate for your specific context and how we can most effectively. Course that I have with me today, it's our prayer and mobilization guide. You can get the digital form list, and this is a guide to pray differently about the care of vulnerable children and families, and really discipleship to change generations of families. And it goes through the 7 key areas of engagement that Hephzibah 62.4 focuses on, which goes anywhere from sanctity of human life to foster care, adoption, and kind of everything in between. So I highly encourage you to check this out on our website.
On that 5th week. So if you have your phone with you, it is easy to get on this email list. All you have to do is text CMAD, C-M-A-D, to 317-720-3131. So you can just text to that, and you can be on our email list, and you will get that each week. So let me repeat that again. CMAD, and it doesn't matter whether it's caps or not, but it's CMAD, and text it to 1-317-720-3131, and you can have all that information. So we would like to just open it up. David, if anyone has questions that they could ask questions, and our directors will jump in there and answer them.
Questions for any of the CMAD team? It's a lot of great information there, and they're all about the local church. So Jordan's got a question. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, so this is for kind of like Spanish speaking. Our church at Colby Wesleyan has a Hispanic ministry, and we've been working with Madeline in the Kansas district. And I was curious if you guys had any resources on how to train people to translate an English service into Spanish.
Good question.
That's a good question, Jordan. So yeah, Madeline is great. I know her. Seriously, what I will think is according to the culture in your church, because a translator can just do pretty much like the theoretical work, but there are some words and some culture that is within your culture, within your church, that somebody that speaks the language can help better. And just because I am a trained translator, I am very particular about some things. So then it will be nice for you to have several people that work together. to get this done. Because again, my church, we have this. It's not just one person that speaks Spanish. It's something that it makes your brain tired as well. So you probably need to utilize several people. So just so you save also work in there, it's like you can create like a volunteer team. And so then they can just bounce off ideas and strategies with each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I might have to email you because we already have the volunteer, like 2 volunteers that speak Spanish, that are fluent in Spanish. And we're looking to have them come into the move, bring the Hispanic ministry and have them be within the English-speaking ministry as well. And we already have head packs so that they can speak into that and they can hear it in their own language. But for those people that they haven't translated much from Spanish, like they haven't done the translation. And I was wondering more specifically if you had something that I could give them on, here's some guides or hints when it comes to being able to translate well.
Yeah, I would love to talk to you more specifically because it just depends, like, honestly, if the pastor's going to speak too fast, then you're going to have to train them on that one. And it's kind of like train the pastor a little bit to speak slower and then train them to be faster. So yeah, we can just talk about it a little more just to create some tools for your church that will work specifically for you.
Okay.
Hey, Jordan, if I can just jump in too, Calvin Institute has published a Spanish and English hymnal so that all of the hymns and songs are already translated. That might also be a helpful tool. If you go to Calvin Institute, there is that wonderful hymnal, and if your congregation ever meets together and wants to sing together, that could be helpful. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just want to mention too, I said that the emails went out. They go out in both English and Spanish on the same day of each. So it's usually the first. It's usually the Tuesdays of each week. So if you're Spanish and you want that, just sign up too.
Great. Thank you, Rhonda. Any other questions for any of the CMAD team? They've been blowing up the chat there with different links and resources, so be sure to be checking out the chat on the right-hand side to get these links. Any questions? Oh, we're doing good. Dave Hopewell. Yeah, if you could share with us where you're located.
Dave Hopewell. I'm actually in Brookings, South Dakota. I have a question for Zach Coffin, actually. I actually had a parent approach me this past week, and they asked me for a parent guide. One of the things we're really trying to do is encouraging our parents to teach our kids. They asked for a parent guide on the sacraments. And I was looking up this week to see if we had any resources through the Wesleyan Church already available. If not, that's something we'll probably end up creating, but something where parents can walk through their kids about what is communion, what is baptism, what's the significance of that. So I didn't know if we had any resources like that available or not.
There's a couple things on the resource. Dude, first of all, it's good to see you, man. It's great to see you.
You as well, man. You as well.
So a couple things. There are a couple things on that resource site that are more sacrament or church calendar related. With the focus of what you're saying of like most of the stuff that I see is more pulpit to person versus parent to kid. And so what you're talking about, there really isn't a lot of great stuff out there. I mean, there's some, but I mean, honest to goodness, dude, my 2 cents would be to go create it with what you guys are looking for, because 2 things, you're going to know the context of your parents better and what language better fits them, because the short answer would be how I taught this in a community that was highly Catholic is different than how I would have taught this in a community that was not Catholic at all. So those types of nuances, but I'll hit you up with a couple other things offline here of like some other stuff that I've seen from a catechism standpoint that I think would be a really great help as well. But yeah, I'll hit you with an email, bro, and get you a couple of resources. But what you're talking about is needs created. Honestly, there's just not a lot of great things like that out. So I'd love to connect with you about it.
Cool. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Good. We got a couple of more minutes. If there's another question that it's a burning question. Is that a question? Is that Jervy? No? Okay. All right. I think we're done. Unless there's anybody there, Rhonda, on your team that wants to share any closing thought. We want to honor you guys too. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here today.
Well, I will just jump in first and then they can jump in after if there is. But Anita Eastlack was sorry she could not be on the call today. She had another engagement, and so she asked me to just step in. But please, if you ever want to just connect with her about the whole division, eastlack@wesleyan.org. She would love to hear from you. She loves people. She loves serving people. And so just feel free. She's very open to having you connect. So anyone else on the team want to jump in there for last comments?
I do want to just mention one thing. I was trying to not talk too long, but there's so much. A webinar. Once a month, we have a discipleship conversation in a webinar, and we just cover all different topics. So I just want you to be on the know out for that. The next one's this Tuesday, October 13th, and we'll be talking about discipleship in prison populations and sheltered communities. So just wanted to make sure that I just kind of toss that out there. We dig into a different topic every month. Love to have you join our web community.
Great. That's awesome. Thanks, Kim. Okay. All right. Well, CMAD, thank you so much, Rhonda and team. Anita Eastlack's team, thank you so much for being here.
Great. It was good to be with you guys.
See you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Very nice.
Our last guest this afternoon is well, I should say last two guests is from our Communications and Administration Division. And Janelle Vernon is the Executive Director of Communications and Administration, CNA. So we have CMAD, and now we have CNA. And there's a lot of parts to CNA, and I'm going to invite Janelle to share what she does and just how communications and administration actually connects with you as the local church, and anything else that she'd like to share with she and her team. So Janelle, if you're there, we want to welcome you.
I'm here. Thank you, Dave. Tony Casey will be joining me, so there'll be two heads on this call. And the Communication Administration Office is a service arm of the church. It's very similar to what Kevin Batman does, that we're here to really help you flourish in your roles. And so there are three components to communication administration. So the three hats that we specifically wear: communication administration, and then Wesleyan Publishing House is part of our responsibility, and then also general secretary. So I'm going to speak to the first two elements, and then Tony Casey will pick up the third element. So communication administration. If you have seen Wesleyan Life magazine, we send that to churches for free for you to distribute as best serves your congregation. So we're issuing 2 publications each year of that. We have adjusted to that type of schedule. If you receive those and you have an inadequate supply, let us know. If for some reason you're not receiving them, let us know and we'll make sure to mail those to you. Again, that comes to your church, no cost to you. So just let us know. We have a bi-weekly e-newsletter called Westlife. In our area within communication administration, as you have heard representatives from CMAD and Global Partners and ECD, our office pulls information from each of those areas and elevates it. So our goal is to elevate the voices of the Wesleyan Church, and then to share stories that inform and inspire you. So it's our hope that as we receive stories, and we hope to receive them from you, that you read something, view a video that might trigger, oh, well, we're not going to do that, but we could do this. Or at minimum, that you see how God is working throughout the Wesleyan Church and know that God will not be thwarted and that lives are being saved. So that's the overview of what drives everything that we do. All the social media, that's part of what we're involved with as well. So as you are serving your congregations, and if there is a story of a unique ministry, an aspect of your leadership that you really see God working through and transforming community, let us know. So you can contact the communications office. I see Kim Kraft is putting email addresses up there. She'll supply that to you. Don't hesitate to let us know. What happens a lot of times is that we want to be humble and that we don't want to in any way put ourselves up there. I don't know if you ever struggle with that, but please know if you see God working, there is no, don't let that be a barrier if you think that you're in any way promoting your church or your ministry. It's God that's being promoted. So don't hesitate ever to let us know what's going on. In Wesleyan Publishing House, we have a number of resources, and in the information that you are receiving through ECD, you're going to get a copy of Living Christ, and it is a resource that is written by a local worship pastor, and it takes the church through the entire Christian year. And so we want you to have that as a resource, as our gift. And then also to know that we have, curriculum, a lot of different resources. You're going to receive a coupon for 60% off anything you order, excluding curriculum. So as you check the resources we have, just know that they are largely written by Wesleyans, other individuals, and always the goal is to provide you with information to inform you, to encourage you, and then, for you to be unleashed, which is the thing we've been working on. We work with ECD. Dave, I'm not sure if you've talked about your Full Strength Network and some of those other resources, but as ECD shares those, they're available from WPH again as a partnership for us to serve. So if there are writers among you, we publish Light from the Word, and so that's a daily devotional that is a free online subscription, doesn't cost anything. It's available, online. It's also available in print for a cost, but then the online version also is audio. So if you have members of your congregation who'd be blessed hearing from Wesleyans, lifting from Scripture and sharing testimonies about how God is working, that's, again, a free resource electronically. If you are a writer and would want to contribute, we would love to connect with you. Again, we want as many voices representing the Wesleyan Church speaking to us collectively. The other thing is that if you are a writer and you have been writing a manuscript, a nonfiction manuscript, you have an idea, please send that to Wesleyan Publishing House too. We really do want to provide platforms for you to share how God is serving in your life or lessons you've learned in your journey. Tony, if he is available.
I am here, Janelle.
Well, Mr. Tony, I'd like to introduce Tony Casey to you. He's the Assistant General Secretary, and he and I work together along with other team members to help you with areas related to administration. And Tony will unpack that aspect of how we can serve you.
As far as I know, I think I'm the last general headquarters official that'll be talking to you. So I'm subscribing to the theory that they have saved the best for last.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's not the case. All right. So I serve as the Assistant General Secretary. Think three different things. One is legal. Not that we're all legal minds here, but we help local churches if they do have some legal questions, and we can point them in the right direction. We're also within our office the department that if your church, local church, needs a letter of certification, and this happened to us. We wrote scores of these this past spring for the Paycheck Protection Program. Many churches need to be certified. In other words, yes, this local church is under the broad umbrella of the Wesleyan Church, and it's tax-free, with the IRS. And so we do stuff like that. Also, think history. And so archives comes under us. And oftentimes I'm asked about aspects of our history and need to look things up. We do that research for you. If we don't have the answer immediately, we'll get that answer for you. And then also think church governance. And so one of the things that I'm constantly doing is answering emails. People have questions about the discipline and interpretation of the discipline. And so those are things that we dive into, and we are happy to do that. And I'm sure you've heard this from all the general officials, but we really are here to serve you. And we delight in serving you. So if you have questions, if there are things that we can do for you, we're honored to do that. We love you. We appreciate you, and constantly pray for God's blessing upon you and the power of the Holy Spirit to be upon you as you work in God's kingdom. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Tony. And thank you, Janelle. And just if you can hang in there, just in case there's a question. Does anyone have a question for Janelle or Tony? We're good? I think we're good. Well, thank you so much, Janelle. And thanks, Tony, for being with us today. I really appreciate it. And again, I think you have their email addresses or can connect with them if you have questions. And so thank you very much. All right, we're going to transition to our last few minutes. It's been quite an afternoon. I really appreciate all of you kind of hanging in there all day. This is our first time doing it in this format. I'm going to ask Kim, you can put my email up there if you don't mind. If you have thoughts or comments, we didn't really prepare. We probably should have a formal kind of evaluation of this. I wish I had thought of that. We do that when we're here in the building, but I'd love to hear from you after this is over. Any lingering questions that you might have, any way we can help you, we'd love to hear from you. I want to really close our time just with another kind of closing devotional thought for you as our good pastors, especially Pastor Appreciation Month. That's the month of October every year. We try to support our pastors, and kind of extra emphasis for the month of October. One thing I didn't mention earlier today was that we have been really privileged to be connected to national caliber leaders in clergy care research. And without going into any detail with that at all, I'm talking about Duke Divinity, Duke University, who have been doing extraordinary research on clergy for quite a long time. Notre Dame, Matt Bloom at Notre Dame. We have a report coming out this month on the general welfare of our Wesleyan pastors, which is a result of this study that Matt Bloom has done twice now with our clergy. So we're going to have a series of reports coming out on the well-being of our clergy. We feel it's so important for you not just to know about all these resources and to know about the church, but we want you to feel, our goal is over time that you will feel that we care for you, that the church cares for you. We have a number of districts now that have appointed someone to be kind of the point person for clergy care. that I work with out of my office. We have some 4,000 clergy, I think 16 or 1,700 churches. And so we've been strategizing on how we can help our pastors to know and to feel that they are cared for. That's part of the culture that we're trying to really inculcate and create. So that research that I mentioned, one of the I was going to say, overall, our clergy seem to be doing fairly well in their holistic well-being. Our clergy are quite resilient, actually, although there's some areas there where we need to improve. But one of the areas that really caught my attention, that really grabbed my attention, was a statistic that showed that in the last survey, we had over 700 of our pastors participate, and it showed 53%, I think, of our pastors sometimes make decisions without relying on God. That there's a tendency, and I call it an indicator. It's not necessarily true for the entire church, but there's a good chunk of our pastors that have a tendency to minister in ways where they feel as if it depends totally upon them, totally upon you. And it's almost like leaving God out of the equation. And what that does, that creates a heavy stress load. And, and I was thinking in terms of scriptures, we looked at Elijah this morning, and I just want to close with this passage, very short passage of a story that's very familiar to all of you. And it's the Mary and Martha passage out of Luke 10. And I'm just going to read part of it. That Mary was, as Jesus came to the home, and you all know that passage, Mary was very distracted by all the preparations that had to be made. And so she came to Jesus and she asked, "Lord, don't you care that my sister has left me to do the work by myself? Tell her to help me." And as I pondered that passage and looked into it quite extensively over time, what's really happening here is that, and I think it's so relevant for you as pastors, for all of us as pastors and ministry leaders, the thing that makes this story so powerful for pastors is that everything that Mary was doing, the many things that Jesus points out, you are distracted by many things. The many things that she is doing that are good and legitimate and necessary things. There's nothing that Martha is doing that she shouldn't be doing. She's not a workaholic necessarily. All the preparations she's making are good and legitimate. And I think that's the power of this story. And what Jesus says to Martha, as Martha is getting more and more stressed by doing all of these good things, is that Jesus says, "Martha, you're actually being distracted by all these good things." I just want you to sit with that for just a moment, that as pastors, all of the good, necessary, and legitimate work that you are doing, can it actually be a distraction from your life with Jesus? We need to kind of ponder that. There's something about our culture that is such a performance and driven culture that it can actually undermine and sabotage our life with Jesus. And we don't want that to happen to any of our pastors, to any of you. So the word distracted there actually can be literally translated as being dragged away. It's a word where we get to be dragged away. Martha is actually being dragged away from Jesus by all the good and legitimate things that she's doing. Wow. It's just, when I think about that, it's so counterintuitive, right? Because we always think we've got to do the next thing. The pastoral work is never, ever done. There's always unfinished work. So this story, I think, has a real powerful message for all of us as pastors and ministry workers, that if we are not careful, all the good and legitimate and expected things can actually undermine our life with Jesus. And I think about that with that statistics, that 53% of our pastors who tend to make decisions and to do things, and apart from God in their own decision making. And what we see here with Martha is that she tries to control all the outcomes. She tries to control Jesus. Jesus, tell Mary to help me. All this stress gets her, she starts having distorted perceptions about Jesus. Jesus, you don't care about me. We see that there in the tone of her voice. Get Mary to, she thinks she knows what the solutions are to all of the issues that she is dealing with in that moment. And Jesus reverses everything. And it's just a word to all of us. I'm just going to encourage all of you, all of us today, to take time out to sit at the feet of Jesus. It might feel like you're wasting time, but there's nothing better than to waste time with God. It's not wasted time. It may feel otherwise, but I hope today that we will all take time to slow down and just to be with Jesus on a regular basis, because it's there that you will really discern God's voice and to discern and differentiate God's voice from all the other voices that tend to push us around. So it's just a word of encouragement to all of you that God cares for you, the Wesleyan Church cares for you, and we also want you to care for yourself too. So a couple years ago, we had an emphasis on Sabbath. Please practice Sabbath. Take that time to care for. It's a gift that God has given to us and to all of us as Christians. And it's what marks us as different maybe from other people, is that we trust that God will have our back. So it's just a word of encouragement to you as we close out. You know, I wasn't sure how to do this, but I just would like to close this with some prayer. I just want to see if there's anyone here today that could really use some prayer. You could either put it in the chat. I guess we could just put that in the chat, right, Matthew? And as you put those in there, I would just love to close this out with prayer. Somebody want to have a prayer request? Maybe after just hearing that word, that devotional word, that you have a special need right now. You've been carrying that burden, and you're wondering, where's Jesus? Maybe he doesn't care about me. Someone has prayer request dealing with a teen, just classified himself as gay. Other requests? Prayer for encouragement and hope. Balance. Struggling to figure out how to take caring in my family marriage and a 6-month-old. People often forget that you as pastors have home lives, have personal lives. But then you have that burden of caring for your church as well. So we need God's strength for that. Stressful time to be dealing tons of needs in the congregation, COVID. We've been describing this time as layers. Pastoral ministry is tough in the best of times, but now we have layers, that things have been layered over that. COVID, racial tensions, the political atmosphere that we're in, this election season, all of this creates enormous stresses for pastors and for all of you, for all of us. Transitioning from a current church to a new church. Churches need prayers. D, looking for a church to minister to. We'll pray for D. Unspoken request, strength for my team as we're juggling 3 campuses, reinventing ourselves every couple of months to make sure we're meeting people where they are. There's that drivenness, isn't there, almost in the tone sometimes, like we feel driven. Where are we drawn? Where is God drawing us to? And what's the difference between being driven and being drawn? No specific request. We long to see a deep movement of the Holy Spirit in our region in Canada, Ontario. Anxiety, spiritual attacks, as we take more steps in obedience, wisdom for direction. Desperate to make disciples through our new micro church. In spite of the COVID, yes, in spite of the COVID, maybe it's going to open up new ways of reaching people. It's good. Let's pray together. as other requests come in, a need to rest, listen, and wait. And by the way, there's never a good time. We just have to do it and trust that God will have our back. I hope you can take that time. Wisdom in moving and strength into the next stage of ministry, especially in COVID, as you know, we've had outdoor services. Now, you know, it's going to get colder. What do? We can't be outside for services. Let's pray together. Father, I thank you today for who you are. Lord, it's so easy for each and every one of us, myself included, to get up in the morning and to look at the day ahead and immediately have our minds totally occupied with all of the things that we have to do. Lord Jesus, would you slow us down and continue to remind us that it's not all up to us. All of these good prayer requests, Lord, for ministry and for wisdom and for insight and provision, Father, it's not all up to us any more than it was all up to Martha to do everything. Lord, there's a little bit of Martha in most of us, and how easy it is to forget that you are the one who has called us. You have been the one who's implanted within us, Lord, this passion for reaching people for Christ, for providing pastoral care for people, for discipleship, and for the programming. And Lord, the list goes on. We are responded to a call, Lord, that you've given to us. Lord, would you remind us today of the reality of your presence, the fact that you are the one who equips us, you are the one who calls us, that it's not all up to us, we just need to follow you. Lord, would you give these pastors today the ability to distinguish between your voice and the voice of that particular person in the congregation that they tend to listen to or who gets under their skin? Would you give them the courage, Father, once they discern your voice, to follow your voice? Give these pastors, Lord, the wisdom to know the difference. Give them the courage, Lord, to slow down and just sit with you, just as Mary did. That was the one thing that was truly necessary. Lord, help our perspectives to be healthier. Help us to welcome your presence and to relinquish, Lord, to let go of all of the things that we cannot control and to depend upon your Holy Spirit each and every day. Lord, that's going to look different for each and every one of us. So I pray, God, that each pastor, ministry leader here today who's attended, and even those who couldn't get here today, Lord, would you provide for them? Provide the wisdom and the knowledge, the skills that they need at this time. Provide, Lord, positions. There are people here like Dee and others who need a position of ministry, and they're well equipped to do that. There's a place for them, Lord, and I pray that you would open that place. Lord, relieve our anxieties and stress. You say that worry is just not necessary. It's simply not necessary, and yet we find ourselves going there. So, Lord, we just depend upon you, God, to kind of lighten that load for us. Help us to walk in your light. As you lead us into the light, help us to walk in that light. Thank you that we can cast all our cares and anxiety upon you. Thank you that you do love us deeply. Lord, may each of these pastors here really experience the freedom that comes with encountering a God who is totally a God of love, and release them, Lord, from any bondages that they might have that might shackle them otherwise. Release them for ministry, for service to you. And again, Lord, we will give you all the praise and the glory for who you are and what you're doing for us. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, thank you so much for being here. It's been a real pleasure. And again, we look forward to hearing from you. If you have follow-up questions, email us. We'd be glad to follow up. So I guess that's it. Thank you. God bless. Take care.